Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody's doing well today. Today's Casual Friday. We're going to be playing Clock Tower for the first time ever. Well, I am. Everybody seems to know something about this game or know about this game, except for me. So it should be a fun adventure. Oh, is that okay? Made a noise. Jump scared. It's already 3 p.m. and I haven't had breakfast. Who eats breakfast? Human! Hopefully you guys can hear everything. Shawing, hello, thank you for the lurk. You're doing well today. You gotta eat. I don't eat till after 12. Wonder what this is gonna spell. Clock Town. Damn it! I was so close. Shawing, hope you're doing well today, man. Hope you, have a good day ahead. Enjoy the lurk. No, that's not what it says. Okay, so let's go, I guess. Continue? Let's continue. Ending list? The hell does that mean? Oh, we'll do stereo. I have 2 speakers. Doing well. I won't stay for long. School calls me. No worries, man. Hope school goes well. Alright, let's start the game. Raised in the Granite Orphanage, Jennifer and her friends... What is that symbol? Were wanted as adopted daughters. What was that? It happened in September. Today's October. That's so close. So close. Apparently multiple endings. Almost November. Yeah, that's true. You guys hear like the footsteps? Laura, hurry up. Yeah, let me know if I need to change anything. We want to be there before sunset, volume-wise. Couple of funky spelling errors. Miss Mary? Yes. From now on, what kind of place will we be living in? So this is... What was her name? Jennifer? Oh gosh, that's the 5th time you asked. Don't worry. It's a very nice place. We're almost there, see? Basically already December. I'm going as fast as I can, Jenny. I wore the wrong shoes because going out doesn't usually constitute hiking. If there's more graphical errors, I'll lend you my copy. What a huge place. It seems okay. It seems like it's just the text. Yeah. The main hall's gigantic. Morning, Panty. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I gotta get Mr. Barrows. Everyone wait here. Okay, I'll wait here. As long as it doesn't crash the game or something. Yeah, hopefully not. Maybe just DM me just as a backup, showing before you leave. DM me your copy. Okay, so now I'm on the point and click train here. I'm gonna point and click you. Oh, 4th try. I have 4 buttons. It was the 4th one. Hey, Anne. You want to know what kind of guy Mr. Barrows is, right? Mr. Bones! Yeah. So I'm not progressing the text. It's just on its own here. Are you gonna answer that question? No? You don't want to answer that question? Hey, Anne. You want to know what kind of guy Mr. Burrows is, don't you? I guess that's all she says. I only stream on my regular viewing schedule. That is streamed this week. Everyone else is at TwitchCon. Thank you for not going. I don't even think I would be accepted into TwitchCon. You haven't played this game in forever. I've never heard of this game. I can examine this table. Oh, great information. Too bad the developers couldn't be able to afford. Excuse me. Too bad the developers couldn't afford to be able to use the SNES mouse. Oh, true. That would have been nice. Oh, anybody can go? Yeah, I still don't think I would be accepted. Award for viewer. I'd love to hang out. And award for viewer. I'd love to hang out with Ghost in November. You seem like a riot to be around. What is it? Rude. Is something wrong? So I'm Jennifer, right? I'm the black-haired girl. Her name is Jennifer. This house makes me uneasy. Is that a picture of a monkey? I think there's some monkeys in the chat. Monkey. What about this person? I doubt I'll ever get used to this place. Huh? Heh. Lottie's paranoid. Lottie? His name is Lottie? Her name? Their name? This is fun. What happened to Miss Mary? What do you mean? Didn't she like just go get, she's getting Mr. Barrows. What do you mean what happened to her? All of them are girls, okay. Hey, can you go find Miss Mary? No, she's getting Mr. Bro. Be patient. I assure you I'm insufferable IRL. I don't think that's the truth. Thanks for the what do you mean showing? Mary, she's taking a long time. Should I go find Miss Mary? No. I'll go look for her. Oh, is that music? Can you guys hear music? Oh, the plot is thickening. Alright, where's Miss Mary? What happened? How do you know something happened to Miss... I don't like this guy. I don't know what her name is. Blondie over here. The fact that she thinks something happened to Miss Mary. I'm already lost. All dressed in black. Shut up, guys. Can you go find Miss Mary? Okay. Miss Mary went this way, right? To go get Mr. Barrows. I don't like the blonde girl in the blue. I think she's suspicious. Okay, here we go. Miss Mary. Hello? Mario? Mario. Mario. The main hall? What do you mean? Where is everyone? Girls? Come on, this isn't funny. The lights are out. Uh-oh. Well, GG. Miss Mary. I don't know. We didn't look very hard. Oh no. I can't get back in. Oh, yes I can. You just have to click harder. What about this window? That's what I wanted to inspect before. Another summer, my group of friends got flash murdered again when I looked. Typical Tuesdays for me. It's dark outside. Indeed. That's actually spooky. Did they use one of the, like the tin, you know what I mean? Like the not tin foil, but like the aluminum, like, that you can make that. That's what it sounds like. Make the noise again. Need Nancy Drew on the case. The detection can be weird sometimes. Window farted in your face. Oh yeah, there's no music anymore. Have some great sound effects and music. Okay, I can go in that door, even though it wasn't. I've never. Oh, by the way, I should preface this. I've never played a point and click adventure before in my life. Genuinely, this is the first time I've ever done one. You guys have probably played like a million of them. I've never experienced one before. I can't get the smell of gasoline off my finger. I played like two. This is the first time for everything. The lights are out. Where's the switch? Why would you have this? Look at this picture. Why would you have this? There's a light switch. It's right there. There we go. What's up, Assemble? Thank you for the good luck, man. Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you, bud. Have fun. How are you doing, man? Secret of Monkey Island and Police Quest, both on DOS. Let's turn on the TV. They're here. Right? Looks like it's broken. What is this picture? What is it? Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it freaks me out. She doesn't even have anything to say about it. I'm into the light. Make sure you're clicking far left or right when you're trying to click something. Far left or right. Hated work less than most of last week, so I guess that's good. That is good. Adventure of Les Manley and Rex Nublar. Why does that sound familiar? Getting breakfast? Enjoy? Don't die? You can die in this game? Spoilers! I didn't know I could die. Always double check. Okay. He doesn't want to say anything about that picture. Let's double check the TV. Oh, I see. If it doesn't detect it the first time, I got you. Let's check the table. She doesn't like the table either. She has nothing to say about the table. You want to take a seat? A comfortable sofa. Nothing in the fireplace. Chandelier. Check that window, you can. There's a lot to check. Oh, man. Alright, check the window. I like how I'm going completely the opposite direction of where it initially took me. It's completely dark outside. What time is it now? 9:29 in the morning. In beautiful, sunny Philadelphia. It's incredibly cloudy and rainy today. Alright. Let's check the door. It was a dark and stormy morning. Bedge. What's this? No, I want to check this little thing. What is this? Look at this photograph. What is this thing? Is that all? How many times can we make Nickelback jokes during this playthrough? Me coding dialogue in point-and-click adventures. Play clicks on coffee table. This table is so clean. I should spit on it to see if it gets clean regularly. We just fix it. I'm scared by 16-bit games. Did I die? All right, well, that was Clock Tower, everybody. Hope you guys had a nice time. What a great stream this has been. Take care, guys. Unbelievable. Like, unbelievable, man. Oh, man. I have to start all over? What is Quick Start? Where does Quick Start take you? Thanks for the GG's time. I didn't know a mirror would kill me. There was a hand that came out of the mirror panty. Oh, I can click on continue? I didn't even see that. Okay. Well, it's okay. We didn't get that far. Let's try again and not... Wait, is this a light switch? I didn't see this before. Pog! It's light. Check the first room again. This is the first room, right? I'm in the first room. The one before I died. Okay. Let's go this way. I didn't I didn't know that LNR did anything. Uh and I often just do that when I'm idle on the SNES controller. Uh oh, so I can run. I'm fast. No, stop. Go on the door. Go on the door. That was excellent. Alright, the lights are out. So, Sean wants me to explore this room again. Turn on the lights. Turn on the TV. Fast game, GG. Thanks, guys, for the clips. Turn on the TV. It's broken. Turn off the TV. Maybe. Turn off the TV. Oh, you're curious if I checked everything? I think I did. She doesn't say anything about the picture. She doesn't like the picture. Oh. It looked like... Ah. I couldn't get that. So I didn't check this. There's a key in here. Pocketed by the West Wing. Pocketed the West Wing key. So, okay, so I can get into the West Wing. Isn't that a show? The West Wing? From like the 90s, 2000s. Anything else in here I can... We checked the window. Don't check the mirror in the next room. Ill-advised. Yeah, it was the White House, right? Yeah. I legitimately jumped at that stupid mirror thing. For a freaking SNES game, dude. Alright, don't check the mirror. I will check this. A small bottle of perfume. It smells like Miss Mary's. I got the perfume, okay. That's why I like this game. It's one of many. Oh boy. What is this thing? I think I just wasn't expecting a jump scare in an SNES game. I think that's what caught me off guard. Now that I know they exist, I probably won't be that affected. Wondered why people got scared playing Resident Evil on Game Boy Advance. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. Check the bed. Looks like the left bed isn't used. Looks like the left bed isn't used. Which one's the left? Is it my left or, like, bed left? Like, because my left is this bed, but, like, the bed's left is this bed. So which one of you isn't used? Burge? There's some Burges in the chat. Probably the same left that is for you. Probably. Because there's no comforter on it. Okay, bye. Bye, parrot. Burge. He's saying, I'll kill you. I hear it clear as day. I'll kill you. He's saying it. Oh, I'm actually getting attacked. I'm not doing anything, I'm just getting attacked. The bird did it, yeah, for sure. I seem distraught, but I also don't care enough. We can leave. Uh-oh. Run! I think I was losing health. Death by bird. How embarrassing would that be? Let's go back in and see if the bird's still there. It's still there. What if I turn off the light? Because, like, when it gets dark, like, birds sleep, right? That's... Go to bed! Now it's just flapping around. Yeah, I think that's what that is. It's true, no animals like me. The game will not tell you unless you had the manual or something. Yeah, it looks like that's HP color. Because I did notice that changing as well as her expression. What if I look at the mirror when it's dark? I mean, I'm already, like, almost dead. Let's look in the mirror when it's dark. I doubt that will change. I'll probably just die, but... Hey, what's up, Neon John? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, it's this... Wait, the arm is different. I'm dead. The arm was different. Maybe that's just because of the color. Weird things happen when I look in mirrors while dreaming. Oh, you're gonna give me a tip? But I can hit continue now, right? And we'll just be there. The bird is still there. I'm still, like, half dead. So we haven't made that much progress. Alright, what's your tip showing? You're doing well today, Neon John? Have you ever played this before? I feel like this is something that you have played. Nothing here. No, you have not played this game. I don't know. I have no idea. Jennifer's health is definitely indicated by the portrait. I remember correctly, if you press Y for bet, Jennifer will kneel down and slowly regenerate her health. Oh god. No, she's going in the mirror. You lied to me. Jennifer, come back. Turn. I can't do anything. She's going in the mirror. Oh no. You liar. Oh. Let's get out of here. Doing good, almost the weekend, true. So Y is like the action button. That's how I'm going from place to place. So let me try X. 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 Uh-oh. A. There we go. A. A does it. I'm getting stronger. It's work. Is it working? It worked. Do I need to get up? Try again. What? Wait, stop. I don't want perfume. Put away the perfume. How do I just kneel down again? Stop going. Where are you going? Stop moving. Okay, there we go. Why does it just have a cursor? There we go. Goodness me. This is a bit confusing. I have no sunbeam in my room. Yeah, it's a rainy day today. It's cloudy out. There we go. I guess tea break. What do you guys want to talk about while she recovers health? Yeah, I'll wait. But the controls are a bit confusing. I'm drinking chamomile tea from Nepal. What are you guys drinking from Nepal? There we go. Blue. Blue. Ladies and gentlemen. From Paul. What a nice guy. Alright, let's check this room. Paul gave me his peach aloe vera drink. Oh, I'm in the bathroom. Oh, why is there a storm in the bathroom? Also, somebody's alright, the water's running because can you guys hear anything? I feel like I can't hear anything. I know it's atmospheric, but obviously the water's running because there's you know, hey, what do you call this? Condensation in the room. Should I not look in mirrors, like, at all? I feel like maybe a bad idea. The water is running. I didn't ask you to go in there. Jennifer's got a mind of her own. I'm just chilling. I don't want to open the curtain. Steam, that's the word I was thinking. Steam is the word I was thinking of, guys. Let's check out the bidet. Bidet. I want to leave late just to see more here. I don't have to go right now. Oh, I thought that was a bidet, not a toilet. Drinking nothing from Paul. I don't think he likes me. What does chamomile tea taste like to you? I don't know. Chamomile? I don't know. Tastes like tea. What's up, Fig? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. A zombie showering. Historically, mirrors haven't done well for you. This is true. They've not. I don't get how to use bidets in Italy. I'm awake. Same. Alright, I suppose there's nothing to do except pull the curtain back. Wait, I can turn on the light first. Let's turn on the light. Run! Run, Jennifer. Is it Jennifer? I made up a name. Like, I barely comprehended the opening intro. And, like, I just picked Jennifer. I don't know if that's her actual name. Oh, good. The switch is broken. Alright, nothing to do but open the curtain. It is Jennifer? Okay, thank you. Toilet, then you walk over to the bidet and wash your ass with your bare hands. I don't know. I've never used a bidet. Yeah, that's my reaction to Lara. What is that? Scissors? What do you mean? What does this mean? Go! What are you waiting for? What do you mean? Go! Where did the little guy with the huge scissors come from? Go this way, I guess. I don't know what to do. Oh, man. Up the stairs? Not up the stairs? How do I get up the stairs? Can I go up the stairs? The music's popping. I can't go upstairs, can I? I'm like stuck. That stair is wiggling. I don't know. I can't. Let's go in this door. Is he coming for me? He's right there! How did he come from that end? Run! I don't know what to do. Should I throw the perfume at it? Oh, good. I tripped. Classic. Classic. Way to go, Jennifer. Now I'm in this room? What is this? I don't know where I am anymore. I'm missing chat because I'm too focused on... I'm in an infinite loop. I don't know if Scissor Man's still following me or not. She should go next jump scare. She's going to crap her pants and solve a mystery. Like a dedicated marathoner. Ooh, I can go up these stairs. There we go. They look a little busted, though. This might not be the best idea. What's up, for real? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, good. There's a plank. Where are you going? Can I just rest here? Not perfume. I don't want perfume. I want to rest. I don't know how. I didn't point that way. I pointed to the board and she ran into the... Is this a pot? Is this a wall that crumbled? Alright. How do I defeat Mr. Scissorman here? I don't know where he is. I'm really behind on chat because I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. Alright, whatever. Run. Hey, is that the Kramer? That's like the Kramer. Oh no, I'm in a dead end. Oh no, he's coming. No! I'm dead. Impossible. All right, let me catch up on chat here. That was confusing. If a small man with large scissors came at me, I'd probably fight him. As long as the music goes. He's chasing you. Bought $6,000 plus tax laptop to replace your old one. I hope it works well. I think her being bigger than him, she could probably just snatch the scissors from him. Asus is dinks and less than 2 years old. Laptop broke. Sent my old laptop back via return. Nice. B button for the panic scenes? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Thanks, Shawing. He's like an immortal demon. Continue. That was confusing. Also, I guess it wasn't the blonde girl because she was, you know, hung up in the shower. Here he comes. Fight me! Fight me! Got him. What a pushover. Am I right, guys? What a pushover. Because I pushed him over. Laugh. Laugh. Idiot. I can't take his scissors. You're born. What do I do? How do I defeat you? I can leave now. Why do I keep falling down? Let's play Give Up. She's not Mega Man. She doesn't get his powers when she defeats... Well, I could just take the scissors and then I could become Cut Man. Kick him in the peen when he falls. That should work. Welcome back, Mushroom. Now, did he give up? Like, the music's still going, so surely he's still chasing me, but... Like, I didn't leave him that far behind. I like the idea of this man with giant shears coming after you, and you're just kneeling on the floor. Gotta bounce for a bit. Take care of dogs and programming. Good luck, November. Hope it goes well. Maybe I will have defeated small man with giant scissors by the time you return. He doesn't seem to, like, urgently be after me or anything. You can tell me something else, showing. In terms of tips, I think it's fine. What's up, Caddy? Okay, I guess we're not going in that door. Oh, there he is. Oh, I jumped. Do I win? Can he jump? No. Yeah! What a gamer! What an idiot! Goodbye, idiot. What an idiot. Pog! Your hair looks fabulous. Thanks, Caddy. Your hair looks fabulous. Thanks, Sean, but I already figured it out. No, I'm just kidding. Cream eggs and sushi? What's cream eggs? Xbox gamer mode. Or enter rooms in a certain way. A Meech's starter kit. Meech's. The wall looks painted over. I thought that was like a curtain. I entered a room in a certain way. I wish I like had enough money to have statues in my room. In my house. Not in my room, in my house. Or at least outside of my house. Maybe in the house would be too creepy. Alright, well. Depends on what kind of statue. That's true. Can we replace that like famous blinking gif with this? Can somebody make this a reaction gif? I'm totally putting it on 7TV. I'd be cool with gargoyles. Humans, get out of here. Yeah, I agree with you, Fig. Like, weirdly, you would think the monster would be the worst one, but humans are infinitely worse in statue form. You can do that later. Love Jennifer emotes. Let's go. Thanks, drawing. Gargoyles is getting a live action. Alright, she doesn't like the statue. There's a time I wanted to do clock tower emotes. Well, there you go. Now you have plenty of reason. One of these statues is gonna kill me. Like, it's gonna jump off the wall. You know, when I was a kid, like 5 years old, maybe I shouldn't tell you guys this. Maybe I shouldn't get so vulnerable with chat. Yo, what's up, TKG? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. This is in Kansas. Tell you? No, I had like a dream similar to that when I was a kid that like haunted me for years. Oh God, what? Hello? Snake? Solid Snake? You again? What do you mean? Where did you go? We've already done this. You've gotta be kidding me. What is this game? Come on. Can I defeat him? No, I just trip over him onto his scissors. Alright, well. What kind of game is this? Well, how do I defeat him a second time if he already fell down? Run! Run! Run, Jennifer, run! Oh, I'm like actually screwed. Yeah, don't run with the scissors. Didn't anybody teach you? Yeah, he was downstairs. How did he get in the box? Ah, I give up. This game is ridiculous, dude. Oh, man. There's definitely a hello in there. Got a meeting to scamper away to. I'll be back. Don't do anything fun without me. Thanks for the lurk, nummies. Let's try to regain health. Alright, how do I defeat this guy if I can't? Nummies, thank you for the big stretch and the water break. Enter rooms in a certain way. I can't go this way. Why am I losing health? Why did I lose health? Alright, let's just... I'll crump with you, sweetie pie. Because I'm running? You lose health when you run? Alright, I'm genuinely... I don't know what to do. I'm kinda out of loss here. I'll take a break and then I'll go back into the room. The calmness? Okay. I got you. That makes sense. Something with the wall, maybe? Stop sprinting all over I can't interact with anything, it seems. She's got a mind of her own. I can't believe this little creep just came back. What are you... What? What is he hiding behind the door? What? Bruh. Sneak attack? Ah. He was going to get in. He became the door. Realized my prior statement about Scissors Man was a bit of a spoiler, so I do apologize about that. What if I soft lock the game? I can't continue from here? What's up, Soup? Get away to the right. Oh my goodness me. As far as how I'm doing, waiting for the mail because the German exam results are coming in. I'm not worried. Those that I thought wouldn't pass are. Well, I hope everything goes well. And you win your exams, TKG. Run! Run! What a gamer. Now he's not. Now he's just... There he is. Fight me, little man! This is quite a long fight scene. I think I'll just... Take a little rest. Re-enter and enter the room several times. Oh, here he comes! Get out of here! You're not my dad! Stop tripping into his scissors. Like, you couldn't figure out a worse place to fall. So, exit and re-enter the room several times. This is very unintuitive for somebody like me, who's never played one of these. Like, I would not think to just constantly go into the same place and do the same thing a bunch of times. Oh, I'm almost dead, too. I should maybe rest. Ball! Am I dead? What's up, Binky? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm gonna rest. Yeah. The intended situation is to solve the area being chased. Yeah, but like I can't go anywhere. I'm actually stuck because there's like a gap where I can't jump over, and then off to the right I can't go anywhere. So I'm like actually stuck here. How's it going, Binky? Hope you're doing well. So, like, I don't understand what the heck I'm meant to do. We'll just keep entering and exiting and see if anything changes. Can I speed up the amount of time it takes to rest? You guys see any good movies lately, or Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. Doing okay, stuck on the Wordle. Try. Panic. Back. Oh gosh. Certainly one of the annoying parts. Good thing there's a deluxe hack of this game. Really? So what is that? What does that do? Not intimately familiar with the game. I guess I assume the system wouldn't be set up to require you to enter. Yeah, me too, Fig. Me too. I'm a bit thrown by that, but... Can I hide in the box? I don't think so. Uh-oh, there's a graphical error here where the floorboards go through. I can't interact with anything, it seems. Try to immediately leave and enter the room. You mean enter and leave the room? Like, go in and then exit immediately? I'm holding X. Like, I haven't figured out the whole resting thing. Cause, like, I'm holding X. There we go. Okay. I don't know. I need a manual for this game. Enter and then be mashing to the left. Yeah, that does seem really unintuitive. At least to me it does. La Mulana? Yeah, wait. I gotta play that at some point. Alright. Mushroom, thank you for the lurk. That didn't do anything. Several times. That seems like a really weird way to defeat a boss. Sure are some bits I absolutely despise. I've been told to play that one. Are we sure this is how this is done? This seems incorrect. Navigate the corridor to the right and left. Okay. I picked it up very recently, probably like 60-ish% of the way through. It's like a very, like, heavy puzzle game, right? Oh, the music never went away. Spend enough time in a room where he doesn't spawn? With platformer elements? Okay, interesting. So I'm just supposed to wait around? And then you enter the room and it should be quiet. Oh my. Oh, you moved just in case? But then I lose calmness / health because she won't stop running. I can't control that. This is I would not be able to figure this out on my own. So what is the deluxe hack exactly? I did it. The music stopped. I'm gonna rest. Oh my god. What a way to defeat the boss. You just run back and forth for a while and then enter the room and then bam. Dead. He found another box to hide in. Watch, I'll go back in there. He's in there again because I left too quickly. So what is the difference between the deluxe version and this? He may very well be. Oh, no, don't say that. Add some stuff back that was cut due to the time space limitations. Some of them were not. It was all ported to the PS1. So the deluxe version is for PS1? You better not be in that box. I will lose my mind. Let's check out this pile of rope. Where are you going? It's a weird way to get to that rope. Some rope. I picked up the rope. Well, there's rope, a stool, some valuable looking pictures. I can't pick up the pictures. Oh, some crates. PS1 had a port that added some stuff that was cut. The deluxe hack is for SNES and it adds a lot of the PS1 stuff. I gotcha. Understood. More randomness to the Scissor Man. Great. I can't wait to experience that. Can I go through this wall? I bust through this wall. Jennifer. Jennifer, where are you going? Let's check on this wall. Looks like it's being painted over. There's cracks here. It's deteriorating. Yeah, I would like to demolish that in one way or another. Here, what is this thing? That'll be exciting, showing now that I've... Here we go. Are we just going to demolish the wall? Bam! Bam! There it goes. Where are you going? Why do you keep walking away? Why are you surprised by that? Yeah, there's a room over there. Let's go look at it. Scissor Man's in there, yeah. Oh, good, there's a dead guy in here. That's cool. You'd love to see that. That's what you want to see. Hasn't been used in ages. The air in this room is stagnant. Yeah, no kidding. Ew, wait. Oh, I hate this. I legitimately hate this. This gives me the heebie-jeebies. A black medical bag. A name's embroidered here. Walter Simpson. Was he part of this? Walter Simpson? Go on. Is that... Oh, your dad? Their father? Okay. Yeah. Yes, Walter Simpson. He's your dad. He's your dad. Scissor Man is my dad. Come on, Jennifer. So my name is Jennifer Simpson. It looks like a chart. The patients were 2 newborn babies. You and your sister. It was your sister, wasn't it? Oh, I get to stay in Germany. Yay! It looks like a chart of some sort. Mary's and patients' names. The name of the master of the house. Keeper of the inn. Congrats, TKG. Mary Barrows. Okay. Mary's impatience name. The name of the master of the house, Mary Barrows. So, so Miss Mary went to go get Mr. Barrows in the beginning of this. My dad is dead over here. Something about twins, which is probably I have a twin sister or something. Welcome, Semi, back. It's holding a piece of paper. It looks like a memo. I don't think that's an it. Oh no. Real. So November 10th or 10th of November or the 11th of October 1986. This is the third day I, Dr. Walter Simpson, have been in here. I will not last long before I die. I will record this. I told you that was your dad. There are twin children who are a blemish on this world. Oh, is that the scissor guy? Wait, that's why there was two of them. When the lady was to give birth, I was called to this house. She gave birth to two demons. When they were born, they ate my right hand. They were ill, their bodies deformed. They should have died. But they lived. That's the Scissor Kids, isn't it? Should have tried to... Breathing is painful. The air in this room is already gone. They are in a cradle under the star. The star. Jennifer! 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 Love the cutscene graphics, quite detailed. You wrote it 3 times, apparently. Evidently. Alright, well. The light switch is not a thing we can interact with. So she just found her dead father. Ooh. There's markings on the wall. Looks like it was like 17 days. Marks are cut into this wall. Yeah, it looks like about 17. Anything else? Dad? The one time I don't make a joke where I find something and I'm like, Dad? Just got some great work news. Ooh, what is it, nummies? The thing of the one person you worry about the most to leave alone. Yeah, I guess. It's true. Go through the door. On delay. Come on, let's go. In the door. Go through the door! A skeleton. That's your dad. Is that any way to talk about your dad? Oh, maybe it was like 18 days. Some dads, yes. If you could, the father would have lived. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Shaw. I didn't think of that. Well, I know that it's painted like the wall's painted over on the other side of the hall, so I was thinking that like you could access this part behind the wall, but you wouldn't be able to get out past that. Scissorman? Alright, well I found some important information. My boss is retiring in July, but because he won't use his training money this fiscal year, he's giving it to me to get EMDR training, which is really a great thing for trauma therapists About 1,500, and I won't have to pay for any of it. That is good news. Awesome. Very nice, nummies. Happy to hear that. Well, can I bust down the other wall? Can we bust down this wall? Yeah, I know it looks painted over. Grab something and do something about it. Remember that thing you busted down the other wall with? Do that. Bruh. I can take that training to my future job. EMDR therapists are also paid more. There you go. What if it's an illusion? Ah. Pull on one of the statues and open up the secret passage. The blinking. It seems we are at an impasse once again. Tear down this wall. What do I have? I have rope. Rope. Can I attach the rope to the statue? Oh. Oh. Wait, I was just kidding. Yay! I was just kidding. I'm a genius. Gamer mode. Let's go. I'm a Frankfurter. Oh no, not this again. Oh, the light switch works now. No, you know what? Oh, okay, it's just a cat. It's a baby. It's a baby. No, I want to talk to the. Where are you going, Jennifer? I want to play with the cat. Oh, the cat's. Kitty? Kitty? Are you in there? Kitty? Where did you go? I left you in here. Now you're not here. Kitty? Getting a drink from the faucet? Looks like the shower is working. Oh, is this not the same bathroom? I got totally like this might be a different bathroom. I got totally turned around because we ran so far and did a bunch of stuff. Speedrun of this game is a lot more fun unless you're grinding for good times though. Yeah, the cat is gone for good. Yeah, different area. I suspected as much. I'm afraid of mirrors now. Well, there's some RNG in this game. Does it have to do with the scissor man? Because he feels a bit RNG. This house is too big. I have no idea where I am anymore. Oh, good, a piano. That's what I wanted to see. Great. That's a picture of Beethoven. That's a picture of France. Uh, light? Cannot. Oh, there we go. Of course the switch is broken. Why wouldn't the switch be broken? Record player? Record player is also unplugged. Yeah, so that's not broken. You just are lazy. What about the cabinet? All kind of music. Is there can we get some Boston? I close my eyes and she slipped away. You know what I mean? No, keep going. That was good. That was real good. I want you to keep playing. Like, I like that. That's good. Good start to a song. Just the blinking. Where are those underpants? Alright, what do you mean dot dot dot? I'm trying to look at these pictures. Tell me what the pictures are. Alright. Little lady. You have an attitude. What's in here? Scissors Man goes out the next time you... Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me, man! Oh, fig. Holy. Alright, push down. What do you mean? What? I couldn't do anything there. Just hiding in the curtain. Oh my god. I said, what do you mean, like 6 times there, I think. Wondering if he was gonna be there or not. He was there. I was getting ready. I was pumping you guys up with the music. Punchback Scissor Man. Boom, boom, boom. You heard the piano. I couldn't fight him that time. I don't know what happened. Do I have to keep discovering him for him to like I feel unable to defeat him. There he is. Run, Jennifer. Run, 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 run. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running, Jennifer. You really needed to wait for him? You had to wait for him to get closer so that you could run? Seems reasonable. Alright, well, let's do this thing. Where we're like... we do a little jig out in the hallway for a while. We'll do our 50-meter dash here. What? Where did you come from? Stop! I'm dead! This game. This game, dude. Just doing some cardio. Holy. What if I don't peek behind the curtain? What happens? Like, can I just go about my day? Oh. I guess there was a save there where... Alright, up you go. One of those statues, I know at some point, one of these statues is gonna, like, grab me. I'm gonna come alive. What do you actually mean? Did somebody pick this game? It was suggested to me. But a lot of games were suggested to me. I was going through and trying to decide what I wanted to play, and I was initially going to do Gargoyle's Quest today, and I decided against that. I wanted something a bit different because I had already played 2 Game Boy games. So I went with this. I thought it would be something different, and it's different. Oh, I can't go that way. What is she? Why is she exhausted? What? I was standing there. Alright, he's not in this room anymore. But I can't interact with anything. There he is. Fight me. Fight me. I love the push. It's so funny. And of course I fall. Yeah, why not? Take a rest. Why don't we take a rest now that we're being chased? I would have suggested it, hadn't it been suggested by somebody before. Yeah, I'm looking for suggestions. I still haven't made up my mind about next Friday. People were making, oh god, here comes. People were making suggestions to me last night. Go in there. But I don't know what I want to play. Oh shoot, I'm in the bathroom. That's not good. Oh, I can just hide. Can I just hide? Can I hide? Can I rest? Something retro, like NES, SNES, Game Boy, and something just on, like, the spooky side. But I don't want anything, like, too complex or crazy. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Or I guess anything that I could play on the Switch, too, would be okay. I didn't really think about that. Mario? If I go upstairs. There's a chance he could have gotten in there, but he didn't. See, I don't know how to run PlayStation games right now. I have not tested that, so I need something that I can definitely run. Aha, I knew you were gonna be there, you stupid dum-dum. Fight! Fight! Just slam the door on his head. Well, that's not a good place to be. Jennifer can run up and downstairs in the deluxe hack. Sweet home, and that doesn't really fit. I've not heard of that one. Oh, I still owe Nummies a big stretch in a water break. I've been so invested in this game, I haven't... While Jennifer rests here for a moment, until I hear, like, clap, clap, clap. Do a bigger stretch and a bigger water break. Thanks, guys. I feel I might drop the game if I get lost eventually. I mean, I'll try not to. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Everything's good. Have to leave? No worries, Sean. It's an obscure game. Can't go in that door. We can thank my friend for that. She's into obscure stuff. Do it again, I didn't see it. Ah, why do I keep tripping? Demon's Crest, now sweet. So that was one that was suggested to me, so... Huh? The scream came from outside? Am I not outside? Well, somebody's dying. I'm just gonna take a quick break here. Is this outside? I'll look into Demon's Crest. I'll see. Question? The door seems to be stuck. Yeah, well, pull harder. Or push, whichever. You're not trying hard enough, Jennifer. Sweet Home is a game based off a Japanese horror film. It's a decent... Okay, well, the music stopped, so I guess we're safe. There was a scream, though. I don't know who died. The NES survival horror is definitely not simple. Zombies Ate My Neighbors I did not enjoy. I played that last year during, like, Halloween time. I didn't find that to be that fun of a game. I mean, like, I played it for a while, and then I was just kind of like, I get the point. Alright, we outran Scissorman for, like, the 5th time. Somebody died somewhere. I don't know what happened, but... That's a wall, Jennifer. We can't interact with any of this. Hope I'm liking it. Yeah, it's okay. It's definitely interesting. I've not played something like this before, so... I'm a bit thrown by Mr. Scissorboy or whatever, but aside from that... Not too bad. Yeah, let me just go into that black hallway there. That seems like a good idea. Nothing like Clock Tower in the SNES library at all. Clock Tower is a cool game, just a little jank. And Scissorman! Oh, I can just... Oh. It looked like you could probably just walk around that, Jennifer. I mean, there's a gap. What is that? Looks like a bird's nest. Okay. No, it doesn't. I'll take your word for it. Let's poke it with a stick. If I've learned anything from Link's Awakening, it's that you can poke things with sticks. I'm gonna get attacked by birds. Yeah, shocker. Alright, run, Jennifer, run. Yeah, the stick is no longer usable. Looks like a bird nest. Can we scoot this over, do you think? Nothing is inside. I don't care what's inside. I'm trying to scooch this over. Maybe use the box. I'm attempting to. It feels like Jennifer just wants to play with it, though. The same friend that I mentioned is super into this series. Oh, this is a series? Familiar with the speedruns? Check the nest and then the box. Looks like a bird's nest. Everything is inside. Jump. Looks like a bird nest. That's what they tell me. It should push the box. It doesn't. Leave and come back. There's a lot of that in this game, isn't there? She just likes jumping on the box. Alright, let's go into this dark-ass corridor here. Is this like a library of sorts? Yeah, just take a quick rest. Alright. Check the light. It's broken, yeah. Shock. What about this? Can of insecticide. Oh, cool. I picked it up. Now I can kill bugs. Check the cabinets. She doesn't want to check the cabinets. Nothing else here. Disagree. Some broken tableware. Who calls it tableware? What's up, Roop? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. You're having a nice day today. How did your runs turn out last night? Various things are scattered around. You're quite observant, aren't you? The Scissor Man is definitely going to be in here, right? 100%. No good. Too high to climb. Yeah, grab this. Push it over. Oh, there we go. Happy it's Friday. Always happy it's Friday. Not that great. Just having some fun. That's all that matters. There are some clothes here. What kind of clothes are these? A black robe, apparently. Where are you going? I didn't tell you to leave. She's got a mind of her own, man. She just does what she wants. I'm playing this game, Rube. It is interesting. Now find Miss Mary, yeah. Whatever happened to that whole... And dress her in black. Okay, well, alright. Let's leave. I got insecticide in a robe. Would call that a successful trip. I know the switch is broken. I'm trying to leave. Alright. Looks like a bird's nest. Hopefully you don't end up in an impossible situation to escape. There we go. I gotta go now. But I'll be back as soon as I can. Sure, no worries, Shawing. Hope school goes well. Good luck. Have a nice day. Yeah, well, I'm tired, so I better take a rest. Having to rest this much is quite a bit of a chore. Wish it was bring your dog to work day. Evie's so cute. What is this? The nest is full of eggs and junk? And that's it. You're done. That's all you have to say about that. What if I take the stick now? Does that... I can't take the stick now. Sometimes there's something. What if I put insecticide? Oh, RNG placement? Oh my goodness me. Getting a dog soon after your kid is born. All right. Well, I guess there's nothing. And I'm tired. I walked for too long. Let's try this room. It's locked. Brilliant. Do I need the key? I don't have a key. Maybe I already used the key. See you, showing. Have a good one, man. Let's try this door. You want a Shiva? Oh, now I've used the key. There we go. Oh, I can look outside. Wife is not keen on a Shiva. There's a courtyard outside. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Still a courtyard outside. There's still a courtyard outside. In case you guys were wondering. Okay. Can both agree on a French bulldog. Is she walking with her eyes closed? She looks unhappy. If I were her, I'd probably left a long time ago. True. Alright. Light switch, I'm sure, is not working. Yeah. Big shock there. Lots of technical books? Question mark? Lots of technical books. Question mark? What is question mark about that? You don't like technical books? The author's name is faded. That's a weird name, right? His name is faded. Laugh! Question mark? There's a slip of paper in a book. Hold the demon idol. Wait, what? You're going too fast. Huh? You said that way too fast. There's a slip of paper in a book. Hold the demon idol with great care. A tree in a forest, a person in the crowds. The idol is on a statue. I feel like that's information. Like, you put question mark on the screen for 60 seconds, but when you have important information, you're like, figure it out. Looks like a very old magazine. A maternity magazine, question mark. So I gotta find an idol on a statue. Books are lined up here. Yes, they are. That's what a bookshelf is for. This crevice looks deep. There's something shiny in there. Well, grab it with your long arm. What can I grab it with? I don't think I've got anything to reach into crevices with. Oh, yeah, just take a rest. That's fine. What is the time period? I have no idea. 1980 something. 1990 something. I think it's whenever the game was made, because the letter that the dad wrote was 1986 or something like that. So this is probably supposed to take place in present day when the game was actually released. Hold the demon idol with great care. A tree in a forest, a person in crowds. The idol is on a statue. I'm going to open this door, and Scissor Boy is going to be out there waiting for me. I can't reach into this crevice. I don't know how. I need something to reach in there, I think. So I have to make note of that specific room. That's going to be easy, because there's not 67 rooms on this floor. What's up, Future? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. This is... It feels like someone's watching. Yeah, probably Scissor Guy, because he's just always there, doing things. Yeah, the switch is broken. What else is new? Yeah, let me look at the clown. That'll settle my nerves. It's a big clown doll. This is a French doll. It's hung from the ceiling. Why does it matter that it's French? Dot, 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 dot. That's all you've got to say about that, I'm sure. Okay. Under the bed. Yeah, surely he won't be under the bed. That definitely wouldn't be a place where he would hide, right? Couldn't find anything on the time period. Apparently you're in Norway. I mean, like I said, the letter was dated like 1986 or something, so I'm sure it was just supposed to be whatever year this game was released, I think is probably what it was intended to be. Alright, let's check under the bed. Looks like a child's bed. It's dirty with stains and dust. That's all? I thought for sure something was going to pop out at me. Clock Tower 3 takes place in 2003. How many games are there? Seven? A few of those are remakes from the original. Goodness me. Okay. What is this? It's a picture of a woman. This person looks familiar. It's your mom! That's just a... That's the Mona Lisa right there. Bet we can't turn on the lights. Yeah. Wow. That's something new. It's a different trope. The thing... Excuse me? Question, question, question? The things written here looks serious. Okay. That's not great information. Wikipedia has 7 games under the series tag. I wonder who lit this. That's a good question. I also wonder who lit that fire. Portrait of a middle-aged woman. But you don't wanna tell me what this one is, huh? Empty. It doesn't look empty. It actually looks like it's full of something. Dot dot dot. Some books. Scissor Man only knows how to cut. There's a pool in the courtyard. Dot dot dot. Some books. This desk is dusty. Okay. Great. There's nothing of value in here that I can find. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break and then continue when we come back. Alrighty, what's up, Sabonis? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Character looks like she needs to get the baby back from Jared. Thanks, Mushroom. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Jareth. Baby back, please. Can we leave through this door? There we go. Well, I have discovered seemingly nothing. Another dark hallway, corridor, entryway, whatever. Why do I keep finding destructed walls? And whatever happened with that scream? I heard a scream and then nothing happened. How have I ended up back here? Is this the same? I don't know if this is the same place or it just looks like the same place. It's got to be the same place because it's got the rope and everything. Just a simple plank of wood. Yeah. Move it over the hole. What do you think of that? That would maybe be helpful. Yeah. First floor can be seen. Yep. Take the plank. Atta girl. Oh, you're using your head. The clock tower layout is chef's kiss. Do you think so? Because I certainly don't. At least not right now. All right, now I can freely walk about this area. All right, something about an idol on a statue, and there's a lot of statues, so. What do you mean? How come I couldn't grab that before? The idol, an idol. Wait, I couldn't even read that. It's cold. A cross protrudes from the bottom. Picked up the demon idol. I wasn't able to read what it said. Well, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I was getting ready to check like the entire mansion here. There's 78 statues. I found it on the second try. So, I don't know what it said. Demon idol. Power of hell compels you. I don't know. I don't think I can walk any further, right? No. Can I give it to my dad? Thanks for the GG. Can anybody tell me what that said? Like, I genuinely do not know what it told me when I picked it up. Important information moves so quickly. Yeah, if you could, it might be helpful. I just don't know what I'm supposed to know about that, you know? Dad, do you want my demon idol? Look, I got this for you. Here, Dad. Wake up! A skeleton. Your dad, your actual father. Can you give him the robe? Dad, where? Here, put on some clothes, Dad. I'm gonna try to make a variant butter chicken curry today. Gonna be painful to smell that for a few hours. What? It's not that bad. It's gonna taste amazing, I'm sure. These animations remind me of Prince of Persia. Yeah, you're right. They kind of do. You're right. Especially when I do this. Bah, bah, bah. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta wait. Especially when I do this. When I do this. Bah, 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 bah. See, I knew it was hidden in the statue. Wait, that's not what it said. Oh, I'm taking a rest. Have you had slow cooker olfactory torture before? Well, yes, but no. I think that's just the wrong words for it. My head hurts really bad. I need to take something. So do we know what my demon idol said when I picked it up? Can I beat down the wall with the demon idol, do you think? Open up! Bat, bat, bat! Aha! An idol is hiding in the statue's bosom. It's cold. A cross protrudes from the... Okay, so a cross protrudes from the bottom. So maybe I have to... into something cross-shaped. You know, just... mash it in there. I guess it depends on if being made hungry for hours doing great smells is torture for someone. Yeah, see, that doesn't bother me. I like smelling good food. Thanks, Mushroom. Can I give the robe to the statue? Here, wear a robe. Cover yourself. Have some shame. Alright, we have insecticide, perfume, a robe, and a demon idol. One of these things is not like the other. I also have not found Miss Mary. One of my friends was dead. That was cool. Somebody else was screaming. I never found out who that was. I wish I had a map of this place, so I could get my bearings on like where I am. Because I know I've been here before, but I don't know which rooms I've entered. I don't know what has what. This is the bathroom with the cat. Cat room, as we like to call it, the cat room around here. I like to have a little fun, you know what I mean? Turn on the water for no reason. I did not enter. Why do you insist on entering doors after turning on faucets? You freak! Go this way. Ooh, hang on one sec, sorry. One sec. Okay, sorry about that. Had an emergency BRB. Oh, you found a map? Let me look at this map. Let's pull up this map. Oh, great, yeah. Wonderful. Caves? I think I'm spoiling things for myself here. This is more complex than I thought it was. Alright. I'll have that up just in case we need to consult it. Thanks, Panny. Appreciate that. What if you turn on every faucet and just drown the whole place? That's the idea. Just cause so much water damage to the mansion that it just deteriorates and I don't care about any of my friends. Was this the piano room? Let's go, I remember something. Listen. Hot track just dropped. Take it away. Yeah. All right, what's in here? We never got to explore what was in here, I don't think. We got attacked. Oh, good. There's only... Good. I'm glad I checked. I'm glad I came back here and looked. What? Wait. Huh? What is... Huh? What do you mean? Is that coming from the record player? Is that footsteps? I'm in danger. Can I hide behind the curtain? Wait, I'm gonna play along with it. I scared the demon away. I win. Let's go. Boss defeated. Oh man, thanks for the GG. Oh, it's back. Oh no. Oh man. It only... Oh no, it only satisfied him for a bit. I'm scared. As soon as I step out there, I'm gonna get into some, like... Yeah, just keep playing it. Only junk inside. That's what my ex said about me. So as soon as I go outside, I'm getting attacked by something. Ow? My ear... My ears hurt? Did I do... It's a record player. It's unplugged. Huh? Ow, my freaking ears! Did I win? Was it just the record player, even though it was unplugged? Huh? Yeah, it's the Simpsons, man. This is weird. There was definitely footsteps. I'm 100%... There's no chance I'm not getting attacked when I step outside this door, right? I'm definitely getting attacked. Okay, it's back. Let's check the record player again. This is so bizarre. I can't check the curtain. The curtain's actually unavailable now. I tried. My ears hurt. Huh. Run! Oh my god. Oh, it's just a statue. Everybody calm down. It's only a statue. Anything gonna happen? What if I leave... Dude, I'm so confused. Was it the record player? Let's hang out for a second and see if the music starts again. Yeah, I can't check the curtain. Beethoven? Paris? Music? Dun 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 dun. No? Did I don't know. That's confusing. I'm a bit thrown off by this. Yeah, pause champ. Holy. Well, nothing. Okay. Well, no idea what that was about. I got nothing. I'm at a loss. Alright. Well. Now what? Now what? The red curtain's up to no good. I know, right? Someone's gonna jump out, grab me. We definitely checked these rooms. I just don't recall what they are. I keep looking over here because I keep referencing, or attempting to reference this map. Okay, we didn't check this room. What a sight. What a sight to behold here. The light switch is broken. Shut up! The one time... Bats? Is that bats? Or is it just the electricity? Ah! What are we on? A corpse of a crow? There's a key here? Pocketed the cage key. The cage key? The Nick Cage key? Nick the Cage Cage? He has his own key. Some hanging crow corpses. How disturbing. They've been decapitated. Gross. What about here? Single bird is left in the cage. Can we free it? Perhaps not. Rats scurry about. Oh, so it's rats, not bats. Can I free the bird? I have a cage key. Oh, perhaps I have to select. Open the cage. Free the bird. There it goes. It's gonna attack me. Can I free the rats? I hope I find a way out of here too. Oh, I freed the crow. GG's. The rats ran away. And I freed the rats. I'm such a good person. What is that noise? Hello? Dad? Is that you? Oh yeah, just take a rest. That's fine. That's okay. Something's after me. Dad is such an amusing question to ask for some reason. It's a joke I've made for years. Like, years and years and years. Like, it's just something I do. Like, I don't know. You come across something or you hear a noise at Dad. And it's just a joke that I've made that has no story behind it or anything. I just like saying it. Get to laugh sometimes. And the one time I didn't do it, I actually found my dad in the game. Like, come on. Even more amusing. Like, you get introduced, like, I'll do it in video games. Like, you get introduced to a character you don't know. Dad? It's like fate was waiting for that moment just to embarrass me. I'm so upset that I didn't say it. It seems that the door is locked. Well, I have a cage key. Surely that will work, right? That'll definitely open a door. Yeah, shocker, that didn't work. Fate is quite the trickster. Alright, so I didn't check these rooms. I'm so lost. Even when I'm looking at this map. Like, I'm on the first floor, right? Because I can't even visit this room. This is unselectable. I don't know where the heck I am. I could run, but every time I run, I lose health / calmness or whatever. and then I have to... It's like a wash, like, then I have to sit and rest, and I might as well have just walked to where I was going. What's in here? The outside? Is this where you can see the court? No, because I couldn't click on these windows before. It's a swimming pool. So I'm in a different area now. It's still a swimming pool. There is a courtyard outside with a swimming pool. Push. So this is not a different area. I'm so confused. I wasn't able to interact with those windows before. Is it a different area? Okay, my oh my. Okay, now I'm in the main hall or whatever. I don't know what I'm looking at on this map. I'll be 100% honest. I know how to read maps. This one's a bit confusing, however. Oh, this is not the main. This is not where I started. Is it? The table and stuff. No, there wasn't 2 doors. What about that door? Jennifer! Jennifer! Return! I command you. So I'm not where I started. I thought I was where I started. Okay, that door is locked. A lot of locked doors. Hey, anybody looking for a demon idol in here? I may or may not have one. An iron frying pan. Yeah, well, take it with you. It's a good weapon. You take everything else with you, like a black robe. The light's flickering is some eating utensils. Is not a good sign. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to fight Scissor Boy. Gas tanks for a stove. Just take the frying pan. What are you afraid of? Just take it. Take it. He's hiding in there, right? Certainly he's not in the fridge. I bet you he's hiding in this freezer somehow. What's up, Ness? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, if only there's some sort of weapon I could use. Too bad all there is this iron frying pan. A ham was put in here. Rum ham. Hog. We got rum ham. There's a note on a calendar. Today's date is marked. Do we find out what day it is? No. Today's date is marked. So something was meant to happen today. Interesting. Hello? Meat! There's something shiny in here. Ah! Cockroaches? And maggots. Flies? No, 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 no. Run, Jennifer, run. Run from the flies. Out you go. Let's take a rest. Alright, we escaped. Yikes. Let's take a bit of a rest here. Bit of a rest. I'm doing really good. I managed a new drawing style and many people liked it. Nice, dude. That's good to hear. That was Mr. World Record Holder. I'm hanging in there. You know how it is. Could be better. Jennifer said, "Okay, bye now." Let's heal our sanity or health or whatever. I'm gonna try and go back in there. I don't know if we'll be immediately attacked by bugs again. I also don't know how bugs almost, killed me, but I guess that's neither here nor there. It takes so long to heal. Almost there. Are the bugs bugging me? They weren't bugging me. They seem to bug Jennifer, though. Wake up, Jennifer. We're going to go back in there, and we're going to face your fears. If you had just picked up maybe the iron frying pan, you could have just, like, whacked the bugs. Heal! Okay, thank you. Okay, so the thing has closed itself, and the bugs are... So what was shiny in there? I need... Wait! Insecticide! I'm so smart! Pog! Watch this. Ladies and gentlemen. Hold. Destroy the bugs. Spray the insecticide. Let's go. Easy game. Drake! A key is left behind. I will take that. Pocketed the gold key. Ah. What a gamer. Looks like your fridge. I would maybe do something about that, Ness. Maybe. Alright, we got a gold key. I don't know what that goes to. Gas tanks for a stove. Those better be propane. I really cannot take the frying pan, huh? Yeah, I guess not. I'll click it a few times in hopes that she takes it, but right. So one of these doors was locked. Let's attempt to open it with a key. Ham. I forgot I have ham. Where's my key? Is it automatic? Can I open this? Yeah, I can. Okay, that night is a bit freaky. What? Oh my, hello? Dad? I didn't like that. I did not like that. Hello? It's definitely my dad. Exclamation point. The phone line's being cut. Then who was phone? Sure, somebody in chat has to get that. Somebody in chat has to understand that. Okay, it's okay. Yes, hello, this is Pizza Hut. How may I help you? It tickles a memory? Do you know it, Fig? Can someone add another hello? I might have to turn the cooldown down. It's not amnesia, no. It's just an old internet meme from like 4chan or something. Somebody trying to tell like a creepy story. Just Google then who was phone, you'll find it. It seemed to have been recently used. Oh no. Some of the drink is still in there. So the phone's question mark. The phone is ringing. A silver key is under the glass. There's a lot going on here. Now I've got a silver key, a gold key. Surely I didn't dispose of the gold key after using it, right? The phone's ringing, but it's unable to, but it's ringing. There's a night that I'm very scared to check out because I have a feeling something's just gonna pop right out of it. Let's turn on the lights, which won't work. I mix them up a lot because one of those internet things happened to be shown around the same time by a friend of mine. Oh, the lights do work. Yeah, just Google who. Hello. I'm attempting to pick up, but um, seems I am unable to. Phone line's been cut. She laughed a lot to the amnesia run that blew up. Would regularly quote that alongside other stuff like "Who was phone," so I did know the reference from not remember the particulars. Yeah, it's just an old, like we're talking like early 2000s, probably like 2004 or 5. Yes, hello. It is me. I'm here. All right, let's check the night. The night's the last thing to check. It was just some like supposed to be like creepypasta story. Like somebody called me, but the like exactly like that. The line was cut. Then who was phone or some I don't know something like that. But my dad's been dead for 20 years. Then who was phone? Something like that. All right, let's double check the night. All right, let's triple check the night because Shawnee's like, you need to keep entering rooms and checking things. Ah! All right, what if we exit and enter this room? We did get a key out of it, which is nice. I remember it fairly well now that you said it was a series of poorly written. Yeah, viral message, exactly. It's very funny. No, I went to that one. I disagree, Jennifer. Okay, nothing has changed. I don't like that she just says dot 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 dot. That's gonna be something later. I'm gonna have to come back later. There's gonna be something. Hello? Various beverages. Can I still not pick up the phone? It seems the phone line has been cut. Alright, well, we tried. I did my best. Can't say that I didn't try. Well, we got a silver key, and there were locked doors this way. Is that the phone? Did you guys hear that? Was that the phone ringing through the door? Goodness me. I didn't like that. Um, my relationship with internet culture is very strange despite what we expect from... I don't know if I heard something or is this my imagination. From someone that games and spends a lot of time on stuff like Twitch, I don't really pick up a lot of those things. I had a friend to explain to me what Yeet was. I didn't know what Yeet was for a long time. I'm very much like I live under a rock when it comes to internet culture. Still can't get in there. There was definitely a locked door in this general area. I just don't remember where. All right, let's run. I'm probably gonna have to recover health, but yeah, there goes. I run for a quarter of a second and I'm losing health. Where was the locked doors? Are you locked? You're one I can't even like interact with. That door is just locked. So I came all this way for nothing. I start losing health after running for barely a second. Oh, hello. We have not been here yet. Let's take a very quick rest. Just I don't. Is that in the game? There's too much noise outside. Wait, what was that? Hang on, there's too much noise outside. Bubbling? Alright, would you heal up? Thank you. Taking forever here. It's tummy. Can't interact with any of this. Oh, I can interact with that one. Exclamation. Somebody's heart? I'm assuming that's what I'm supposed to take away from that, is that was a human heart, right? I am definitely going to encounter something here. Wait, don't run, don't run. Who's in this box? What is the bubbling sound? Alright, if I go... Something's attacking me the second I open this up. Ha! Nothing? What is this room? What is the bubbling sound? Let's leave and come back and see if anything has changed. What is that what? Is this Doom? Or is this Clock Tower? What is that? It definitely doesn't sound human. Anywhere I can put my demon idol, or... like, I got perfume, I got a black robe, I got a demon idol, some ham. What am I gonna do with the ham? Can I put the ham in here? I don't know. The ham is perhaps the most confusing of all the items I own. What do you... that wasn't there! Ugh! I'm okay with that? We'd just walk away? We're fine? That's okay? Here's the black robe. Why don't you cover yourself with this? That wasn't there before. Sounds like it's muffled or behind something. Yeah. Cover yourself. I like how I don't lose health from this, like... Alright, what is that noise? Alright, so there's like a dead person in the cabinets. There's a shiny thing in a big crevice. I have ham. Got perfume. Oh man, oh man. Any sane person would just close it and walk away. Yeah, true. I definitely would not react to that in any way. I don't know what that sound is. It's very, very off-putting. Let's go up these stairs that I don't believe we've been up yet. Clump, 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 clump. Try this door. Wait a second. This is the area I was in before. I think. I mean, it's possible. Let's go this way. Lose health immediately. How? There was no door there. What? I'm so confused, man. Every time I think I'm in a certain area, I'm not in the area I think I'm in. Okay, this is the place where there was something in a crevice that I couldn't reach. This is also the place where it told me about the demon idol. I don't think that, like, I show the book like, obviously I have to put, I think I have to put the cross somewhere or something. There's a slip of paper in a book. Hold the demon idol with great care. A tree and a forest, a person in crowds. The idol is on a statue. So yes, we found it. Then what do we do with it? I feel like I've got to, because it says the cross is protruding from the bottom. I feel like you have to, you know, put it into something. What else was this way? This creepy room here. This is my least favorite room of the playthrough so far. Okay, and then there was this room. Who lit the fire? We'll never know. Ah! Pool in the courtyard. Whenever there's a doll in a horror movie, I'm out. I'm the same. I don't do freaky dolls and stuff. I'm not a fan. Where are we exactly? I keep finding this. This is of no help to me. I feel like I've explored all of this portion of the upstairs for now. I need to like find some new areas. Um Everything looks the same. It's so difficult to make any distinction between all these rooms here. I'm losing health because I'm running. That's the one I can't interact with. Alright. This is where I came from. So does that mean this is the weird room? It is. So how do I get out of here? Hmm. Oh. Okay. I hate this. Just gonna rest up here for a moment. Yeah, wonderful place to take a rest. Fantastic. Alright, see what happens here. This is, like, one of my worst nightmares. Thank you for the big stretch in the water break. Stop running, stop running. We just healed up. Okay, so that is the end of the room. No. No. Absolutely not. Don't act like you didn't see that, Jennifer. This mannequin is wearing a dress. Looks nice. Ah! Dude, I hate this guy. That was so loud because I had my volume turned so far up. Oh, man. I turned it way up because I couldn't hear anything. I hate this guy. You're the worst. Scared you? I jump scared myself by accident. Let's just take a rest. Oh my god. I'm getting scared by a 16-bit game, dude. I turned my volume so far up because the lawn equipment outside, and I closed my window and forgot about it. So that noise was like in my soul. Oh, he's coming. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. He got up real quick that time. Still chasing after me. There he is. Run, Jennifer, run! Alright, take a rest. Why don't we take a rest? Thanks, Ness, for the clip. Oh, man. I scared the living daylights out of myself on that one. Just take a little rest. Over here, clip, 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 clip. Is that him? I think that's him. There's still very loud lawn equipment that I can hear, but... There he is. Bah! Fall down the stairs, you little creep. Still going. I don't really understand this whole sequence. I'm getting weaker, man. Rest. Rest. What's up, Mega? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. That leaf blower is so loud. If I turn up my volume, I'm gonna accidentally jump scare myself again. How's it going today, dude? Hope you're doing well. Flip, 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 flip. Busy at work. Hopefully work goes well for you. I've never seen gameplay of this. I've never heard of this. Can we go downstairs? Like, how do I get rid of this dum-dum? How do I like it so far? It's interesting. It's definitely different. Different than what I would typically play. I've never played a point-and-click style game before. How do I get this dum-dum off my back, man? He's so annoying. Why are the lights out? This guy is the worst. Rest. Rest. Please rest. Rest! Rest! If only Rock was here. This is the worst game of rock, paper, scissors I've ever played. I don't understand the whole way this battle works. Like, you're supposed to just like go to different places to get rid of him, but I can't figure out what that means. Oh, good, he killed me. What a celebration, too. I don't know, man. I really don't understand how that whole thing works. There's gotta be some logic to it. What's up, October? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you today. Actually here for Casual Friday? You are. You made it. If I go upstairs. My understanding is very vague, but the idea is it tries to emulate... Go in the door. Emulate you running away and escaping the chase. I think the idea of going through the door, moving, returning... Sort of a way to handle that. I mean, I've not found... There we go. I've not found a good way to deter him yet. Strong said when the music stops, I'm good. Which I have to turn my volume back up. I really still cannot hear anything. Exit through a special route that was mentioned. Special cases where the environment will cause you to escape, such as the falling we saw in that one hole. I mean, I've got, you know, no idea how how to trigger something like that. It's just luck. It seems that he won't spawn here. Seems that I'm safe. So maybe if we leave and come back and leave and come back, it might work. I don't know. Very confusing situation. Oh good, I fell. Are you okay, Jennifer? Sit down. Goodness me. Controls have, you know, definite quirks. He's still after me, huh? There we go. I see. I don't understand. Like, why did it trigger? I don't know. Turn my volume down so I don't have a heart attack. I would. Should. Maybe we should explore. She gets tired so fast, dude. Maybe we should explore the room that we came from. That we got jump scared in. My head is killing me. Imagine that TDM being a huge downside. It's weird. It's just like, if I had an understanding of how it worked, it would be fine, but it feels completely random, you know, which is very unfortunate. Watch, he comes out of this one now. This mannequin is wearing a... Oh, good, it's decapitated. Fight me! The one over here was wiggling before. This dark one here. I see you. I see you. Even in 16 bits, this freaks me out. Something about mannequins that are just unsettling. Alright, so there's nothing else in this room. Solid survival horror. This is retro style. One of my favorite is Lone Survivor. A second Silent Hill for PC. Oh, a 2D. I don't know why I read second. 2D Silent Hill for PC. Lone Survivor. Ugh. Interesting. Where are you going? I swear she has a mind of her own. This game's sentient. Now where? Is that the phone ringing again? Do I hear the phone ringing? Oh, we used the silver key. We haven't done that yet. Oh. Why is a 16-bit game, like, giving me the chills? I'm on guard. I'm ready. Ah! The mural covers the entire wall. Part of it's hidden behind that shelf. Are you are you suggesting you want to move the shelf? I don't believe I can. Have you played Ski Free? Like the old PC built-in Windows game? Is that what that was called? Someone behind me in my house. It's just Chi-Chi. Mushroom, thank you for the 100 bits. Error? I am error. Error. Lone Survivor, 16-bit, very creepy. Excellent atmosphere for PC. Tried to do the sound bit. Oh. There's a specific way. Exclamation TTS. Yeah, you could do that, Fig. Or you can send it to me in a whisper, better yet. Time will cause adherence. The clock tower's clock stopped. Is that all? There's a note here. Time will cause adherence. The clock tower's clock stopped. Various chemicals are on the desk. That's probably not good. What about the chair? You don't like the chair. Right. Of course not. Why would you like the chair? Time will cause adherence. The clock tower's clock stopped. I don't like this room. What if I turn off the light? I can't. I don't believe I can. Of course, the one room that I actually want to turn the light off, I cannot do. I'm just leaving. Okay, bye, Jennifer. I wasn't done exploring, but that stupid phone, dude. Horrible. I hate it. Thanks, Fig. Let's just take a little resty rest in this creepy, dark, possibly outside hallway. All right. We've been in here. This is where I got the robe from. God. That's so unsettling. If I hadn't seen that. Thank you for the 100. That is so unsettling. That's awful. Yeah, that is absolutely terrible. This is full of eggs and junk. I read that, I like think about that in like a Valley Girl. The nest is full of like eggs and junk. It's all full of like eggs. All right, now where? I hate that. That stupid little whistle that's supposed to be the phone coming from downstairs, which is disconnected. Stop. Enough. Is that a dead end? Yeah, this is a dead end. Alright, check the stairs. Let's go back downstairs. Where am I? First floor. I'm trying to follow this map, but it's so confusing. So I think I'm there. So what is this then? That leads me to 10. 10 is the... Oh, good. I don't like that phone. Hey, what's up, Ivy? See you. I hope you're doing well. This is the one I can't make any progress with. Ay, ay, ay. I hate that stupid phone ringing. Have we I don't think we've explored past that door. Ah! Alright. This game looks interesting. I also find it interesting. Okay, there's a shovel. What are those? There's a ladder. Yeah, I've never played anything like this before, Ivy. This is like a brand new experience for me. Oh, that's a car? This is a key. A car key. Pocketed the car key. So I can just drive away. Let's go. Pog, we win. Nothing else is in here. Surely I can just leave. Surely, right? I can just open this garage door here. And we can just take the car and leave, and we win. The keys aren't here? What do you mean? You have... Lady? You have the keys. Car key. Open up. Yeah, Japanese point and click for the Super Famicom, yeah. It's an English translation patch. I can get out of here with this car. Yes, good idea. But, bad idea. The others, don't worry about them. No! Jennifer! What are you thinking? Leave! Go! Go that way! What should I do? You should leave! Third time's a charm. That way! Pog! Yo! Let's go! Yo! We did it! I escaped! Let's go! I did it! Oh man. The smart person ending. 5-head ending. There's a bunch of endings. Yeah, we're gonna have to play it again when we come back. Thanks for the GGs. Wow. That was unexpected. I was totally kidding. I was like, oh, she's not gonna leave because of her friends and everything. But I was like, I don't know, persistence, who knows? Yeah, the other ones are dead. That's right. What did I do to force it? I just kept entering the car. It worked. We did it. We beat... We beat Clock Tower. Since there are multiple endings and a lot more to discover, I'll try it again. That won't be the end of it. Although I am going to take a break here to feed Iggy and stuff. And I also... My head is killing me, so I really have to eat something and take some medicine. Manic Mansion. What's up, Icy? Hope you're doing well. Don't be a hero. Drive away and get the police. I know, right? Oh, Maniac Mansion, not Manic Mansion. Close. That was definitely interesting. I'm glad this means I'll be able to watch from the beginning on the next run. Yeah, definitely. I didn't expect that. I genuinely did not expect that. I didn't expect that to be, like, the end. I was just kind of fooling around. Oh. What? You okay? There he is! No! I didn't escape! Oh, man! Ah. Yeah, rip in peace. Ah. I don't know. That's fun. Real is an immoral demon thing. How annoying. I wonder if, like, all the ends are like... But what a I'm sorry, but what a stupid... What a stupid, like, enemy. Like, a stupid, you know... antagonist. A little man with scissors. Is that really the whole thing? That was fun though. All right, I have to take a break to feed Iggy and stuff, and then when I come back, we'll try for like a different ending. Series kind of meant to be a bit campy. It was definitely funny seeing him for the first time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's try for a new ending. The game normally forces it because you have to get to that room somehow. I don't remember seeing anybody. Oh no. I'm bracing myself. Ha! I am unaffected. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mushroom. Quick start. So, for those of you who didn't see from the beginning, perhaps Ivy or others, there is a bit of a backstory. There's not much to know except that when we arrived at the house, 3 of my friends were sat around me, and the older woman, whose name is Miss Mary, she was like, I'm gonna go get Mr. Napoleon Bonaparte or whatever his name was. And then they're like, "Oh, she's taking a really long time. You should go look for her." And then there was a scream and all the lights went out, and that's this. That's this scene right here. Right here. So that's all you missed. There wasn't like a huge amount of story being told prior to that, so um there you go. There's some context. You're at 5,000. What does that mean? The game doesn't know what to do, so after the car breaking through, it just gives you the credits. Oh yeah, that's what happened to me. Did I break the game? I just got the credit. Yeah, that's what happened with me. I got credits. Is that not what's supposed to happen? Oh, no background image. Okay. All right, there's this stupid... I keep finding rooms like this where you can't... There's a deep crack in the wall. It's crumbling. That's all. Oh, and you don't see the cutscene after the credits. Got it. Oh, I can climb? Whee! A pile of trash, wood, and concrete. Oh, I got a rock. Good old pocket rock. On the ending list, I think it's considered a D. Wait, did I get a grade? I don't think I got a grade. Yeah, I did finish the game. I'm starting over. And try and make some dinner. Enjoy. The lattice is closed outside. Okay. I have an ending list there? Where? Oh, at the start of the menu? It's dark outside. However, you did miss me getting scared to death shawing because I... there was a bunch of, there was a bunch of, lawn equipment outside, and I turned my volume way up, but it was like during a quiet portion of the game. And I turned it way up just so I could hear stuff. And I never turned it back down after they left. And that was a mistake because shortly after I got completely jump scared by the loudest sound that was in my soul. Can I battle the thing in the mirror? No key this time in the box? Was there a key there before? I don't even remember. I don't have to worry about the mirror. Mystery Mansion board game. I'm not familiar with that one. We're in a spooky mansion. There's a guy with scissors. That's pretty much my entire knowledge of this game too, Ivy. What is this photograph? Alright, we got the perfume again. I never did find a use for that. The bird attacked me. So I don't think I'll be releasing him anytime soon. Certain items are randomized where they'll appear. Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier. I did find a... Hello? What's in here? I did find a demon idol at one point. Thanks for the hello. Oh, not this again. We already... Okay. This is how I got so sidetracked the first time. I don't think I ever went here. Ooh! Ooh! Ooh, I don't like this. What is... Oh no! Who's this? What is this? Wait, what? Oh no! And... Oh god, it's Scissor Boy! Okay, so... Oh good, I'm dead. I couldn't even battle him. So we really don't understand showing how the scissor battle works at all. I spent a while trying to get away from him another time, which was really frustrating. Rock does be... I do have a rock. Maybe you're onto something, Ivy. Run! I have a rock. Come at me! Where are you? Oh, I'm taking a rest. Oh, I hear him. Get up! Let's throw a rock at him. Where are you going? Stop! Rock beats scissors. Get up! Oh, okay, rock doesn't beat scissors. I'm dead. Why is he so much stronger this time? Oh, where's... Anne's body is gone. Yeah, you can fight him. Yeah, I've heard something about TwitchCon earlier. Somebody said something. Somewhere where he doesn't chase you, wait and go into another room. I think we should take a rest. Rest! So I have to find a place to hide, or where he can't chase me. Alright, I hear him, so he's obviously chasing me. Go! Run! Oh, this is a dead end. Down the stairs. Quick! Quickly! Evasive maneuver! Easy game. Do they know my car warranty is expired? I just want to talk to you. It sounds like he's stuck in an infinite loop. Ah. Just rest up for a moment. Welcome back. How's the game? Well, I have soft locked the enemy, at least periodically. Not sure he can chase you down or upstairs in the original game or in the deluxe. Want to stream something there? That would be fun. Alright, let's see if we can find a place to hide and or that he won't follow me. Why are you always tripping? Can we not go this way? There's a door there? How am I meant to see that? And I'm tripping. Rest up. Did I hear a scream? No. Oh, you can't see the door in chase mode? She's so clumsy. How goes the ticking tower? Well, we beat it once. I'm trying for a different ending. Or to find out, at the very least, to find out some more story behind this game. Okay, we outran him. So one of our friends is dead. Oh, the stupid... I hate this phone. This is the worst. Oh, I need a key to get in there, I think, yeah. So we know one of our friends dies in, like, the bathtub. Okay, I don't have the insecticide. We can get the ham. Today's date is marked. Let's take our rum ham. Don't want to go in there. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's what we did last time. I think the garage is out this way. Yes, I found a demon idol on the last playthrough. We never did go up here. I'm kind of assuming that I'll get chased. Kind of just an assumption. Because there's bales of hay. It's gonna, like, pop out and scare me. Nothing, huh? Really? Nothing. So the thing killing you in the mirror has nothing to do with anything? Oh no, it does. That's like the main antagonist. she going? I'm gonna get the car keys, but I'm not gonna take the car. Oh, that mirror. I thought you meant something else, Panty. No, I don't think that actually does have anything to do with anything. I think that's just supposed to be a spooky jump scare. Take a little nappy nap. Take a little resty rest. And I'm tired again. Let's go upstairs. You know what? No. I changed my mind. Let's go through this door. You have to rest longer. Don't worry about it being yellow or orange as long as you don't have to face the scissor man. It's like she doesn't know that she's in a video game with all this resting and tripping. I know, right? Come on. Oh. Oh. Fantastic. She always just decides. I turn on the switch and then she just decides to go through the door. I don't make that decision. She does. I don't have to go right now. Shut up, Mom. Really, I don't have to go right now. I can like anger her. Shower's working. Okay, well. Seems fine. My friend's not dead in there. Although I did come in and the room was steamy, and I'm assuming she would have been dead in there had I had I pursued that option. There was some funky stuff going on in the piano room earlier showing. Did something just happen? There's a plane flying overhead. Was that a scream or something? I don't know if something just happened or not. Also, didn't I turn the light on in here? Okay, there was nothing in the game, thank you. I thought I turned the light on in here. Is Mr. Parrot being a naughty boy? Hmm. No, the mansion's not abandoned. Okay, the light was definitely on in here. I know that for a fact. I'm ready. Fight me! Why is she in the mansion? Something about she's an orphan and this is where she was supposed to live. And then when she got here, everything went wrong. Yeah, along with like three other orphaned children. Pop! So I'm assuming if you discover a dead friend, it's already a bad ending. I'll make that assumption. I'll assume that there's a way that you can get out of here without ever finding one of your friends being dead, and that being the best ending that you can get. But I'm just assuming. No, you don't have to tell me. I'll ask you later. Yeah, just run around with your eyes closed. I mean, that's what she's doing. If you look in the bottom, she's just walking around with closed eyes, man. I'm just kind of thinking out loud, drawing. Just making assumptions about the game. Let's go back to the left because it's kind of where we came from, but on the lower floor, so we can't really go that far. We definitely can't go that far because the floor just collapsed. Good thing she stopped. Jump! The other side's too far away. You're not even trying. Jump! Coward. She's not athletic. Oh, this is just a wall? I can't... It looks like the banister comes forward. Yeah, unless she's being chased, true. Okay. Well, that's all there is upstairs. Really? For now? In this world, you can't walk in diagonals. I can't turn left. Question mark? Locked. How the hell did I get out of here before? No, it's okay. I don't want to hit the light switch. Nosferatu. What's up, Phil? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know this is where I started. Yeah, I've never played or heard of this before either. This is brand new to me. I don't like that the stair is wiggling. I assume, like, maybe one time if I'm being chased and I run down the stairs... Well, no, he can't chase me down the stairs. I was gonna say, I assume that, like, breaks, but... That must not be the case. How... Oh, I'm so tired. Just, alright, rest up, I guess. Great. Why did the screen move on its own? Feeling good? Glad to hear. I was gonna say something. I don't know what I was gonna say. How did I make so much progress the first time? Because I was running away from the guy and I just went somewhere, but I don't even know where I went. Is it fun? Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's really interesting. There's a lot to discover. I technically, I guess I beat it once already. And, oh, I had the key from the box. That's why I was able to get, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. So I'm looking for like different endings and more of the story elements, Phil. Trying to gather what's going on here. It's like my first ever point and click adventure. I mean, I used to play like online escape rooms way back in the day, but I wouldn't. It's not quite the same. I guess it's a point and click, but it's not. I don't know. It's not the same. What's in here? I don't remember these rooms. I'm so bad at remembering the layout here. That's this. The light's on this time. Interesting. Yeah, my first one. That's the other side of that room. So then what is this room? I'm trying to gather everything here, and it's very confusing. We did the bathroom. The light's off in here, which is normal. That explains the no enemies bombarding you. To an extent. Were the lights always off in here? I don't remember. I feel like the lights are just doing their own thing. I hate that phone. I hate it. That is also locked. Okay. That is also locked. So there's only like one other room I can go in. Is this the mannequin room? No. Oh, this is the bird area. Okay. All right. We can go in here, grab a couple things. We can go. Maybe there's something in the nest. So take this. Go here. I got scared by the mannequin room. That was the room where the sound was so loud that I scared the hell out of myself. Is that like a ghost sound? What the hell was that? Broken tableware. Some rope. There's a lot in this room, man. A lot going on in this room. I did get the insecticide right. We got a rock, some perfume, a ham, rum ham, car key, insecticide, a robe, and a rope. And I think we're probably gonna end up getting a key from the bird's nest, because otherwise I can't progress. Well, I guess no, I can because I have the insecticide. So, uh, let's check it out. Are you just trying to escape? Well, I don't know exactly, Phil. I did escape once already, uh, but I'm more trying to figure out what's going on story-wise and kind of collect everything. There was a few items I got last time I tried this that I was unable to use. The nest is full of eggs and junk. There's a key in here. Okay, so I did get a key. The West Wing key. Okay, so that's... I think that's the top door. I need to take a quick rest. Alright, we got a lot now. So I can go down, use the insecticide, get a different key. I think that's like the gold key or something. Clock Tower has a story. There's definitely something going on. Why was I in your pantry? To jump scare you, of course. Spaghetti! Alright, off you go. Can I enter this room? No. I believe the West Wing key is for this door up here. That one right there. I'm going to pass that for right now. And we'll come back in a moment. I have to remember which room was the kitchen. Which I'm really bad at remembering. Are you the kitchen? Yes. Fantastic. Okay. Insecticide. Got a key. It is the gold key. I was right about that. The gold key, I think, leads me to the phone room. Which I don't think I discovered anything there last time. Alright. Can I get in here? Oh my god, who are you? Oh, you're just Miss Mary, okay. Oh wow, hi there, glad to see you safe, Jennifer. I am... No, don't hug her! Fight her! Mary, everyone... Everything's going to be just fine, Jennifer. I don't like this. There's drinks in there. I know, because I was here before. No! I will... No, I'm not even old enough to drink. What do you mean, drink this? It'll calm you? No, I'm not drinking this. What are you doing, Jennifer? What kind of dumbass... Come on! Didn't you take DARE class? What's wrong with you? Oh, good, I'm in a cage. That's what you get, Jennifer. You take drinks from strangers, you end up in a cage. Where? Excellent. Great job. Give her the black robe. So to get the good ending, you need to not get caught, find all the keys, not see friends dead, lied about all of this, and you need to get good. Welcome back. Well, I am in a lovely cage with a man. Oh, hi. Oh, eh. Who are you? Oh, Oh, monkey. Food. Oh, good. My food. I'm your... Am I the food? Oh, did I give him the ham? Did I give him the rum ham? Well, oh, I'm dead. Cool. Did he eat me? Is this cannibalism? Let's give him the ham. I don't know. Does that count as an ending? No, I don't think it does. Let's give him ham. Knowing what I know now. Wake up, Jennifer. You want ham, sir? What if I didn't get the ham? What if I never picked up the ham? Would I have had to restart the game? Eat your ham. Ham boy. Who are you? Simon Barrows. Mr. Barrows. You're Mary's husband? This man is Barrows? 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 Is that all? Are we done interacting with each other? No, don't eat me. Right now, it's watching you. What's watching me? Watching you cradle under the star. The star? What is the star? I don't know what that means. Cradle under the star. He's no longer looking at Jennifer. What are you talking about? Who are you? Oh, you're like my friend, Tatiana or something. Jennifer, you're okay. Lottie, yeah, that's it. I was close. Half a sec. I'll get you out. There we go. Now get out of there before Mary comes. Huh? Quickly. Jennifer. Call her Lot. Alright, bye. Simon. Simon? Did she literally... You're, like, right in front of me. Now, isn't that a pity? So she just died, like, right in front of me. Like, 2 feet in front of me. Jennifer, don't move a muscle. I will... You will punish me? I will punish you. I got a board, lady. Watch this. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. Bam! Easy game. What does she have? Wait, what does she have? She's carrying something. Jennifer! What's up, Avon? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, I'm outside. Is this a cellar? Let's take a quick rest. She was holding something. I'm afraid to go back. Oh, that's the pool. I'm in the courtyard. Okay. Just take a little nappy nap. Just a little snoozy snooze. Just in case I have to fight anybody or anything. I'm tempted to go back in there and see what she was carrying, but at the same time, I know I'm gonna get my butt kicked and... But hey, you know. That's just a theory. A game theory. She's gone. Alright, fantastic. Is Simon still here? Simon? What is on the ground? I hate that you can't... This looks like it should be interactable. The guy ate her? Yeah, maybe so. Why is he still there? Why is the door closed? What happened? I was gone for 2 minutes. Hey, dum-dum, don't you want to get out of there? Yeah, he's no longer looking at Jennifer. Great, okay. I can't interact with the box. He's staying in his cage for some reason. Uh, can I take the board with me, or... No, that's no longer interactive. So, somehow, Miss Mary has escaped. I don't know how that happened. It's off to the left. And I'm tired. Okay, there's a box and a door. Go through the door. Oh! Oh! Alright, let's go back outside and go to the right then. So now I have found a way in and out. Crazy. Hey, no running near the pool, Jennifer. Can I go in the pool? No, I cannot interact with the pool. I can, however, maybe crawl into this crumbling crack of a wall. No, I cannot do anything with this. I like how the cursor disappears behind the tree as if... as if that's the depth. I want to do something. Deep crack in the wall. What can I do with a... Can I throw a rock at it? No way! There's no shot! Why am I so smart? Oh, it just brought me here? So I keep finding places I've been already. This is where I got the rock from. Should I have used it to beat this crevice? Alright, so I can just go in and out through either way now. Wonderful. Where do I want to go? There's so much to explore. Yeah, it is dark outside. I agree with that. Well, what happened with good old Miss Mary? Yeah, okay, I just want to double check. I have perfume. I have the robe. I have a rock, which we kind of already used. I don't know if there will be more uses for it. But what are perfume in the robe for? Should I be trying to, like, spray perfume on things? Should I, like, spray the bird with the perfume? I've got the car key, which we're not going to use right now. The rope, I know what that's for. I don't know if there's more than one use, but... What can the perfume in the robe be used for? No, I'm just thinking out loud. The perfume is used for after I finally use the toilet. Yeah, I know there's still a lot left, but the last playthrough, I spent most of my time on that part of the house. So I was trying to really explore this portion since I had access to it. I'm gonna stop and rest and then try the phone room again to see if anything has changed. Hopefully I won't be caught in like this infinite loop with Miss Mary, where she just, oh, Miss Mary, I'm so glad to see you, and then she poisons me, and then my friend dies again somehow. Hey, I never did find my friend's body. Why was there a scream? What was her name? Francesca? Mary? Why are the lights off? You didn't have to turn the lights off. If I look inside that night and that stupid little guy is in there, do you know how furious I'm going to be? In fact, I don't even think I'm going to check him. But there was a key here last time. There was a silver key under this. Seems to be being recently used. Some of the drink is still in there. Question. Ah, we got the silver key. Okay. The phone line's being cut. There's some various drinks in here. I don't trust this thing. Stop ringing. I hate that. All right, let's leave. I'm not trying that knight's armor out. All right, I think this is the west wing here. It's either like this door or the door above. I think just lead to the west wing. No? I could have just gone through there? Does this take me back outside? It does. Okay. Run! What do these say? It's dark outside. There's a pool in the courtyard. Alright, so this door leads me to a hallway. I'm on the first floor still. So if I go left, there's a staircase. So I want to go right first because I think that's going to be closer to dead ends. Okay, there's this room where we freed everything. Guess we can do that again. I don't know what that does. Wait, do you think the cage key would work on Simon's cage? Sam? Sal? Whatever his name was? We can free these little animals. Bye bye, birdie. I mean, you did find a way out of here. You're kind of like choosing not to leave. I wonder if the cage key will work for a different cage. No, I'm just thinking out loud. Pretty much everything everything I say is just thinking out loud. The door is locked. It would automatically, yeah, it would automatically. What if I beat it down with a rock? Bam! Mushroom, thank you for the big stretch and the water break. Mary, take a short rest while we stretch out here. Take a rest. Mary, yeah, did I say Mary? You're right. I said Mary. Jennifer. Oh yeah, no worries, Mushroom. Do your thing. Which room is this? Ha! I'm on like high alert, man. Okay, this is the room where we get the information about the idol. And then thank you, Mega, for the lurk. And then there's this crevice in the wall, but I need something to retrieve whatever's inside, which I'm assuming is a key because it said it's shiny. Unless there's nothing in there this time. Yeah, something shiny. Is this route? I don't know. Is this route? Author's name is faded. We already made that joke. That was really funny. Everybody laughed. It was great. Fishinge? Are you insinuating that maybe I can reach the thing with the rope? And I don't have to use the rope for the other thing that I used the rope for previously? Something shiny in there. No? Okay. What about a black robe? What about perfume? Or a rock? Alright, I think I need to use something else that I don't have yet. I think the lights are dead in this room. I don't think they work. The switch is broken. Alright. So that told me about the idol. What's in this hallway? This is so confusing. They lead to, there's like so many places where you can go, and I don't know the layout. Can I throw a rock at the window or something? There's two of these rooms, so that's why I was getting confused earlier. I didn't realize there were multiple similar rooms together. Rock beats window. It doesn't seem that I can interact with anything here. Yet, anyway. Enough differences in similar rooms. Not on the very first playthrough. It's quite confusing. Welcome back, Mushroom. So if the idol is in the same place it was before, we have to go upstairs. This is a room I can't interact with yet, which is strange. Ash, hello. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. How's it going? This is the room with the... This is the cat room. Remember that? We called it the cat room. It was funny. Everybody laughs. Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty. I want to pet the kitty. Where are you going? Why is it the cat room? Oh, that's why. Can I tell you about the non-interactable room? It depends. How vague can you be? Look like Iggy. If he was grayer. He was quite a black kitty. What's new with you, Ash? Anything cool, fun, exciting? If I turn on the faucet, she's... Watch. Hang on, I'm going to show you guys. This is me not touching my controller. She's going to turn on the faucet, and then she's just going to enter the bathroom herself. Not a spoiler, it's just to explain why. There she goes. Sure, I guess that's alright. As long as it's not like, oh, there's something behind it or something. Not much to report. I guess no news is good news. I'm glad you're doing okay. Looks like the shower is working. There's no toilet in this bathroom. There's only a box. That's... Don't look in that box. Oh, okay, they just cut it out due to space limitations. That's why I cut out having a life. Are you... Maybe that's why the cat... Maybe that's the cat's litter box. Up the stairs you go. Stop! Up the stairs. In the PlayStation port, in the deluxe edition, they do have this room. Interesting. What is in the deluxe room? Is it a bathroom? Is it a powder room? A bedroom? Nursery? The first floor can be seen. Yeah, you know what else can be seen? This board. What is this game anyway? So I had never heard of this before, Ash. It is called Clock Tower, and it's a point-and-click SNES game. And very quick rundown of this is that I'm an orphan. I'm Jennifer, this orphan girl, and she was taken to this house to live. I found the idol. Idol is hidden in the statue's bosom. It's cold. Across protrudes from the bottom. Picked up the demon idol. We got it. So I was taken to live in this house by this woman named Miss Mary, and with like 3 other orphan children. And as soon as I got here, like Miss Mary's like, I'm gonna go get Mr. Burroughs, and I don't know who he is. And then she left and never came back. And my friends were like, you should go look for her. So I went to look for her. There was a scream. All the lights went out. And then I'm exploring this mansion and finding out some interesting things, to say the least. I won't spoil anything for you because I'm sure we're gonna come across some of them. It's similar to the parrot room, but has glass shards on the bed, and it's dark. Oh, a dark red tinted. No, I'm so glad that's not in the game. I'm incredibly glad that's not in the game. Sussy idol. She doesn't want to use this because we haven't destroyed the floor. It's not as bad as no, it's probably as bad as I think it is. Don't show it to me. Maybe I'll see it in your playthrough. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Some valuable looking... Oh, no, not this crap again. I forgot he was in here. What if I just... Run! Ash, this is what I was avoiding telling you. There's this guy. This little man with giant scissors. I'm just gonna take a rest. Take a quick little rest. The scissors don't even fit in the box. That's a really good point, Patty. What a silly antagonist. Either way, or escape to the left. The gardener coming to trim my hedge. That sounds like a euphemism. I don't like that. Alright. There's nothing off to this side. Yeah. Excuse me. Jeez, future. That's terrible. Yeah, I moved too far there, right? That's okay. Run, Jennifer! Alright, let's go to the left. Run! Hide or rest somewhere he can't chase me. Oh, here we go. Oh, Pog! That was even better than the first one. Alright, let's put the rope. Does it not matter anymore because I put the board there? Or... Oh, yeah. So can I use the rope for something else, or... Got him! What a dummy. Wow, so can the... This is a genuine question, Sean. Can the rope be used for... Oh, you think so? Okay. Alright, so... In the door. So there's some valuable information here that we learned last time. The reason I say last time, Ash, is because I won earlier. I escaped. So I've experienced some of this already, but not all of it. So I do know what's going on here. Yeah, go ahead, subscribe to my YouTube. Both channels. Do it. My last Casual Friday, which was Castlevania 2, Belmont's Revenge, would have just gone up today on my second channel. And then on my main channel, every weekend I put shorts, as well as on my TikTok and Instagram. So, you know, go subscribe, like, comment, all that fun stuff. It genuinely helps, and I super appreciate it. Do it! There's a room over there. I know, big shock, right? What? Okay. That... I wasn't expecting this. Oh no. What? What do you mean? Oh no. Oh, what? I can't even look at this. Wow. I'm super taken aback by this. Yeah, thanks for the what do you means. Oh, I still can't. This is wild. All right, well, let's take a quick rest. So the reason I'm so confused, Ash, is that the last time we were in here, I found a skeleton in the corner, along with some papers scattered, with some really, really, really important information. And that's not here now. This game is wild. Yeah, I'm as confused as you are, Bandy. Sounds sussy and spooky. Yeah, the room's different. I know. I'm shocked. All right. I still can't go through this door though. I still can't turn on this light switch. She's tired already. I gotta pay for a back rub for the first time in my life. My body's ready. Dude, I've never had a massage in my life. What did I do different this time? I explored another part of the house first. Yeah, meeting Barrows, seeing Miss Mary. Oh no, you're fine, Phil. Trust me, my chat is very seldom on topic. That's fine. I've never had a massage, and I would love to get a massage. Some tableware. I hate who translated it. Nobody calls it tableware. What kind of nerd translated this? I am very shocked by this. The translation hack is very old. I had several massages. Massages are great if you're hesitant because of price. 70 to 100 is a good price. Okay, thanks, Panny. Make sure you bring cash to tip. I usually stay on top. Oh, look, a squirrel. What's up, Fen? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Probably among the earliest. I mean, this is it's really good. I just think tableware is a silly word. I'm just making fun of it. From 2002. Can I break? Wait, rock. No, I tried. Are you sure? Rock maybe. Dinnerware would be better, but like silverware is like the most common. I would call that a common price, but not a good price. Yeah, where's all my massage aficionados in the chat? Give me some tips. I would love to get a massage. Let me give you a massage. This is a moment where I generously tip, as I really wouldn't like to have to touch strangers all day. Yeah, that's very true. That's a good point. What's in this room? Is this the broken wall room? All right, I'm starting to piece this house together in my mind here. I know at the very bottom, all the way to the left, I think that's the mannequin room. This room I don't recall. Oh, okay, so it's like, oh, who Billy Joel started the fire and he's nowhere to be found. Don't think the lights work. Different types of Swedish massage or sports massage or the deep tissue where they really dig into you. You can get the soft, feely good ones. I just want something to like make my body feel not like shit all the time. It's a picture of a woman. This person looks familiar. It's you! It's your mom. Massage is a good... Yeah, see? Portrait of a middle-aged woman. There's nothing in the garbage can as of our last playthrough. Deep tissue for me? Would it hurt? Empty. Dusty. Some books. She doesn't have quite a lot to say in this room here. Initially it will. Deep tissue can hurt if you're not used to it. I'm not used to it. I've never had a massage in my life. I wonder who lit this. Alright, so nothing... This totally looks like the Kramer. Nothing in here right now. They grasp the top muscle and knead them like bread dough. Deep tissue. After a day or two, you'll start getting sore. Soreness lasts about 2 days. Oh, wow. So you get a massage and then you're sore? Seems counterproductive. Wait, the door! Wait, go in the door. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Oh, no, not that. I hate this room. Is there anything in here this time? I hate. This is my least favorite room. I'm on high alert. Oh, I got a ceremony key. What the? Ah! Ah! Why are you No! Oh, I hate that. No! Oh no, what are you doing? Do I have to fight a doll? Stop! Where are you going? Enough! What is this? No! Stop! What is I'm dying. B! Oh! Am I okay? Did I win? I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm totally everything's good. I'm fine. Nothing. Hey, you guys want to play like Mario Party or something? Want to play like game of Mario Party or I think this game's kind of silly, you know. I don't know. This game's for babies. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that fun. I think maybe we should stop and play something fun. Like Kirby. You want to play Kirby? Maybe. Tetris. I don't really care for this game. I don't know. I don't know about you guys. This game's not that fun. I'm fine. I'm definitely fine. Jesus, dude. Ah. No, that genuinely, like, I was not expecting that at all. That did not happen the last time I was in here. Oh, play the game, Meech. Wow. Uh it looks like a child's bed, sturdy with stains and dust. That may have caught me off guard a little bit. No, I 100% showing, like, you'll have to go through and watch the other playthrough. I interacted with everything in this room before, and that did not happen. Why are you dotting me? What is that? Is that supposed to be like a mobile or something? I'm almost sure you click the doll. Oh, but not. Oh, you might actually be right. Oh. They're two different. No, you're probably right. I probably missed that. What kind of ceremony is that? Where's the ceremony key? Oh, I don't have it. It's like one of those automatically used items. All right, I think you might be right, Shawing. My mistake. I misunderstood. That was horrifying. It's a big clown doll. You're a big clown, comma doll. I'm fine. My heart rate is back down to a nice 126. I think we're all right. We can keep going. I think I might just take a little just a little breather. Just a little just a little resty rest. Good thing I'm not playing the deluxe edition. Oh my lord. What does that mean? Don't tell me. God, that was unsettling. Don't dot me. That's my heart rate here. It's normal. It's regular. It's definitely normal. It's haunted house month. I love the whole reaction to that. I had no idea what was going on. I didn't know what to do. There's a doll flying at me. I'm gonna have nightmares over a 16-bit game. This is why my parents don't love me. Confusion, scariness, and desperation. Yeah, it's an SNES game. You know, a little stupid little babies game. All right, so there was a lot of funkiness going on in this room. If this curtain, okay, so the scissors guy is in here. When you were gone showing, I came in this room and some music started playing, and I was like, let's play along with the music. This is cool. So I played the piano, and the music stopped. I was like, oh, I defeated the boss. And then it started again. So I went to the record player, and she's like, ow, my freaking ears. And then I left, and nothing happened. So I'm not really sure what's going on with this room. I love that song. That song's so good. Like if you cry every time. All kinds of music here. A record player. It's unplugged. Light switch is broken. She doesn't like these pictures very much. And since this curtain is interactable, Scissor Boy is behind there. Because when I had come back later, that curtain was no longer able to be interacted with. I don't know if somebody mentioned it already, but Limited Run is working on a modern console. Officially translated release for this game. No way, really? That is really cool. Now I know what this game is. Are you still there? He's still there. Let's play some piano for him. Hang on, hold up. Get up, your lighters. Alright, put him away. Play Freebird. Same game running in an emulator, not a remake or anything. That's still cool that they're doing like an official translation. I don't remember what's... I don't like when she's at the edge of the screen. It makes me uneasy. Coming early next year, can't wait to see what they'll do. See, I know I've been in these rooms. I don't know what's in them. Alright, this I really don't... Okay, so... These hallways are really confusing. Let's stay away from the hallways for right now. I don't know if I came from that way. They confuse me a lot. It's hard for me to grasp. Okay, so there's this room. There's like, don't get scared, everybody, but there's gonna be some unsettling noises and images in this room here. Watch this. You ready? Ah! Oh my God! It's either a heart or an organ or. And there's bubbling, and I don't know why. Good thing you're not playing the deluxe. I'm gonna have to have a command that just replies with like mocking you saying that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to make sure I catch your playthrough, Shawing. Blob creature. I don't know. I don't know what's making the bubbling noise, and there's also another noise that comes from this room that's super unsettling, and it sounds like doom. Some point this week or next week. Definitely message me because I don't want to miss it. There was a... Okay, there was a... I remember what was in here. Is there any item that I can attack it with perfume? I don't... Watch the blob. What is that noise? What is that noise? If we open it a second time. No, not that noise. Why isn't there anything in there? What do you mean? That noise. That's the noise I'm talking about. Sounds like doom. Here, you want a robe? That noise right there. Is it not there? Is it not in there? There's so much bubbling and screeching going on, and there's nothing in there this time. What if I hit it with a rock? What's up, Hocus? Thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing well. It's going. This game is quite interesting. Stepping out for errands. Might come back later. If not, have a nice one. You too, Mega. Good luck. Have a nice weekend, dude. Alright, well. Something's gonna surprise me. How's it going, Hocus? How are you doing today? What's new? You got any plans for the weekend? Does anybody have plans for this weekend? I just saw the banana bread abbreviation thing on What? Banana bread abbreviation thing on TikTok? What does that mean? D&D this weekend. Wasn't it here yesterday? What? Going out to work tonight. It's a busy Friday night. Might have to stream early. Might meet up with an old friend tomorrow, go out for dinner. Just got back from Australia a couple days ago. That's cool. What is that? I don't know. Just earned another point in Uno. My niece is way too far ahead to catch up to. More Halloween decorating, nice. Ah, there it is. That's what I was waiting for. So why wasn't that in there the first 4 times I checked? My bulbs arrived in the mail, so planting, nice, nice. All right, let's go downstairs. Am I hearing something? Can never tell if it's outside or in the game. Is that in the game? I'm suspicious. Okay, just take a rest. Take a rest. Now's a good time. Thought I was hearing something. Is it behind me? Hello? No, not that. Not the walking steps. As if I hadn't heard that for the past 4 hours of my life. Alright, so this room sucks. Like, really bad. And if Mr. Boy is going to pop out, I think it's out of that one. I'm hearing my own paranoia. Probably. Probably exactly what it is. I also do have the window open. There goes her head. So this mannequin over here is a little spooky. Check out this one. Just keep your eye on Lefty over here. I hear you, you son of... You wait until after you're off screen to make me look like a fool? Let's just walk past Miss Mannequin over here. There she goes. Don't like that. Ooh. I'm not interacting with this one for a specific reason. Is this a hallway? If this is a hallway, I'm leaving. It is. Okay. Check out the lower rooms. I'm tired. I'm orange. Sit down. Sit. I'm wondering whether I wonder if it's necessary to interact with those things, those certain, you know, instances. I'm still on this ish. What? Well, is it... I just want to ask you, is it necessary to encounter the guy to progress the story? Or am I okay avoiding him on purpose? Is it necessary? I am okay. Okay. So I will do my best to continue avoiding it. Oh! Oh no! No! Absolutely not. Oh, this is what the ceremony key was for, huh? Oh, is that a decapitated crow? Oh, Lord. Oh, there is so much to take in right now. Alright, let's start with the vase. Vase? A Celadon vase. Vase. Vases. Vases? Pent of Graham. A square hole is visible? The cradle under this... There's something underneath here. The cradle under the star. But I don't have that information yet in this playthrough. I never saw that. I never got that piece of paper. Oh, how weird. Dot 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 dot. This is a decapitated crow, surely. Yeah, crow corpse. The neck's completely severed. Yeah. Now let's cover it with a robe. Is there anything I can use? Perhaps the demon idol on the floor? I'm unsure. What is this book? Strange symbols are written here. Time will cause adherence. Wait, where did we see this before? We saw that in the last playthrough. But there was more to it. It was in the phone room, wasn't it? Ah, man. What does this mean? Anything else here? Can I break? Can we break the vase? Bam! Rock beats porcelain. What if I'm gonna try... There's a square? I don't know. I'm just gonna put the demon jaw on here. The square hole is visible. The cradle under the star. Something underneath here. Put the black robe on. I was thinking the same thing, but I don't think I can actually... I don't think I can do that. A square hole. I have a cross on the demon John idol. I have a cage key, a rope, a car key, perfume, and a rock. Anything else we can... She's quite quiet about... This is a crow corpse, the next completely severed. I'm afraid to go back out. If I go back out, I'm gonna get destroyed by something. I don't think I'm moving it too quick. I think that's everything. Yeah, I tried. They don't highlight. Ah! Ah! It's so hard! There we go. That's impossible. All I do is tap the stupid thing and it shoots off. There we go. This is an iron disc, a cross. A cross has been carved into it. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil! What was that sound? Oh! It opened. You guys, I think it's time to play some Mega Man. I'm bored. I'm bored with this game. I think it's time to move on. This game stinks. So boring, you know what I mean? It's just so boring. It's a baby's game. It's a little... I mean, it's a baby's game, huh? Let's descend. I can descend with this ladder. There's a Where do you see a ladder? There's a ladder there? Okay. Oh good. Oh good. I'm in a cave. Oh, that's a normal sound. That's a good sound. Let's turn up my volume, which is probably not a good idea. Oh, good. This is fantastic. I'm very happy about this situation. I'm not at all on edge. Yeah, this is normal. This is fine. This is... Oh God, the black robe. I want to be. Wait. Oh, there's a dog. Doggy. Oh, this game is great. I love this game. I want to pet the doggy. All right, let's put the on. Can I put on the black robe? Black robe. Put it on. I want to blend in. Put it on. I want to blend in. Okay, yeah, just take a rest. That's fine. We're not in a stressful situation. You can just lie down. That's good. Oh, I gave up my ham. That's probably not good if the dog is hungry. I'm gonna take this very cautiously. Don't. Something's there. Yeah, a dog. What do you mean something's there? Of course something's there. Put on the robe. I want to blend in. I want to be... I'm not reading chat, by the way. I don't want anybody spoiling anything for me. Bro. Stop! He's a baby. Can I interest you in... Yeah, just... Oh! No, no, no. I have a rock! Stay back! I don't have any food. If I had the ham, I might feel a bit more comfortable. That's an angry dog. What do you mean sounds... What do you mean it sounds like a dog? Look to your right, you maniac. Oh yeah, just, yeah, take a nap. Just pet it? I mean... I need food, I think. I mean, I don't know for sure, but... Like, what if I run past it? Ugh! I can outsmart it. Good doggy. She stopped on her... On her own. Woof woof. I am friend. Not foe. Have a robe. I can... Oh. Oh my god, I'm dead. No. No, no, no. Doggy, no. Oh, good dog. No. I need... Ah, oh, man. I need food or something. I already gave up my ham. Any clues you can give me? Do I need food? I don't need food. Do I have what I need to progress right now in this area? Rock. Perfume. Should have cut the ham in half. I know, right? Car key. What if I jingle the keys at the dog? You doggy! Rope. It's the something with the... I gotta put on the robe. Oh! Put the rope... It looked like the rope was, like, around the waist. Like, what if I put... Can I combine items? No, I cannot. Oh, yeah, just take a rest. It's fine. Cage key? Rock? Take off my clothes? Go to horny jail. Do I hit it with... I don't want to hit a dog with a rock. That's, like, the last thing I want to do. I'd rather jingle the keys and... have the dog eat my jugular than, throw a rock at it. Perfume? Can I spray the dog with perfume? Yeah, I know something's there because it's a dog. I can't... The weird thing is I can't interact. What are you doing? You're just, like, doing the cha-cha. Can I have just gone? Come back! Come back down! What have you done? Where are you going? Yeah, that's okay. I'll wait for the 80-second cutscene. Yeah, I know. We've been down there. We've been down there once. How do I get past the dog? You gotta disrobe before you can robe. I want to wear the robe. Dude, I don't know. No, not yet showing. If I try to run past, I'm just gonna get bodied, I think. But it's weird because I can't interact with the dog. Run! Run! He's asleep, run! No, I'm dead. The weird part is that, like, the dog doesn't have an interaction box around it at all, so, like, I can't... It doesn't seem that I can give it anything, or use anything on it. I want to figure this out, though. Huh. Something's there. It sounds like a dog. Here, doggy, doggy. What do you mean? Wait, why am I dead? Why am I in the red? Rest. Rest. Why did I go from blue to red like that? I have what I need. Any interactables around here, or... Let me ask you this, Shawing. Is there a control that I'm missing to equip something from my inventory? Have I not figured that out? It's gotta be the perfume. I gotta make myself smell familiar, which is Miss Mary. I gotta use, like, the perfume. I should be using the same button? Okay. It's gotta be the perfume. So I smell familiar to the dog. Yeah, I know. I know it sounds like a dog. Relax. Perfume! 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 Yeah, just rest. It's fine. It does sound like a dog. I do agree with that. Need a tip? Oh, there we go. There we go. It worked. I just had to be in the right place. It smells like the perfume that Miss Mary uses. Robe. Pog! Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen. I just take it off. I'm just done with it. Wait, where are you going? Stop, 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 stop. There was something... There was a square. Yeah, just take a little seat. You're not in any danger. Oh, oh. I like how I use the... Oh, great. I found like a whole system of caves. Just kind of frustrating. Why can't I just wear the robe and then I blend in? I've used the robe. The robe has gone away. We're down to a rock, 2 keys, and a rope. She's probably freaked out we can't see her face. Look, right, look at the bottom left. You see her face all the time. She's right there. It's the one thing we can see. It's fine, I'm just joking around. Just thought it was funny. Candle? Multiple candles? A lot of candles? Can I interest you in a rock? Is that it? Where do these people keep disappearing to? That's my biggest question. You walk in a direction, and then the people are gone. Okay, I can't progress any further here, so I assume we have to go back into that cave system that we discovered. Right off the bat, we can go into this cave. This is not confusing at all. I'm not going to get lost. Oh, good. Mr. Scissors. An elevator? Okay, that's not what I was expecting. It doesn't seem to be... Doesn't seem to be active. Mario? 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 Right, noted. Maybe I gotta turn it on. No, there wasn't an action box on it. So I don't think I can do anything with it right now. Maybe later? Maybe it's an escape of some kind? Oh, good. Maybe I can turn it on from, you know, this. That's also not interactive. But the gasoline tanks are? Yeah, dot, 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 indeed. What about this? There's a can here. Yeah, take it. Yeah, I know. Take it. Take it with you. Believe me, take one of them with you. You're just gonna leave them there. You are not a smart girl, are you? Why is that text stuck there? Plop. Oh, good. When I turn back, nothing's... Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Oh, my God, I don't like this. Take a little, take a little snooze. People, Christ. This is not scary in any way, shape, or form, and I'm totally fine. I like that she's still saying it looks like kerosene, even though we're nowhere near it. Okay, I cannot progress this way, which is lovely because I have to go directly into the scary light. Which is not my friend. I'm pretty sure this is a Donkey Kong Country level coming up here. Oh yeah, a stage with curtains. That's real normal. That's cool. I like this. I'm not... Oh, there's the music. I'm bracing myself. I'm ready. What is it? Who are you? You killed my father. Oh. Oh, good. Okay. Alright, up you go. Oh, good, I tripped. Great. Up we go. No, up. Oh, no. Can you swim? You don't know how to swim? You do know how to swim. Fantastic. You can just run through the swamp here. Go on. Giant mold baby. You can do it. I believe in you. What is your name? Jennifer. There's the carrot. I told you to take it with you. Oh, that's real. That's... What kind of reaction is that? What do you mean, ah? Oh, he's gone. Easy game. Stop running. Stop okay. No, keep running. The cave is collapsing? That's what's happening here? Through the door? In the elevator? Perhaps? Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead, aren't I? Yeah, elevator! Elevator, quick! In! Go! Run! Go! Up. Up you go. I win. 3-3? What does that mean? What does 3-3 mean? Things with a GG, but I don't think that I won. Pretty sure I died. Well, that's a shame. I thought I was doing so good. Dying is kind of like winning. I mean, in that situation. We only missed a single room? What else did I need? What does 3 mean? Why were you saying 3? That's still, I still don't know what that means. 3 for the elevator? I couldn't choose a floor. Oh, I can pause the credits. That's interesting. What do you mean that's... I'm so confused. What do you mean that's what you're referring to? Oh, you thought I was going to be able to choose? And you were going to spoil it for me? So you have to explore every single room to be able to win? What was that? What the hell was that? Only to get the info needed for the endings. What if I had gone up the ladder? Would that have changed anything? Or would I have not been able to make it up the ladder? Also, what if I didn't peek behind the curtain? Could I have gone to the right? What happens if I hit continue? Oh. Oh, it's doomed to this ending? Well, that's kind of rough. What? So, could I have gone further in that curtain room, the big curtain room? Could I have made it to the right more instead of peeking behind the curtain immediately? No. So what am I missing that I needed? Man. Oh. Hello? What does that mean? A room in the second floor? But, like, what room? Like, what are we looking for? What have I missed? I mean, we can watch her die again. I opened what with a key? A library where I get the info? But I did that. I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know who killed me. I'm dead. GG. Well, it was certainly interesting. What time is it? Oh, I see. A, B, C, D, E. So I've got F and H cleared. Cool, man. Cool. Oh. Hello? There we go. Yeah, let's do that. All right. What do we need to do? First room. This room right here. That's a hallway, right? This? Not this. Scary movie recommendations. I'm going to watch The Howling, Near Dark Before Halloween. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Would have to think about it. I've watched a million scary movies in my life. Empty. It's the only thing I need. I don't need to get the perfume. Do I need to get the perfume? Yeah, okay. Watched quite a few. I've seen a lot of horror movies in my day, and don't know what I would recommend off the top of my head. Something I would really have to think about. Perfume. Favorites? That's a tough question. Like I don't really think of myself having like favorite horror movies. Whoa, what was that? That was freaky. Am I trying to get the good ending? Yeah, Shong's gonna like help me. Bye. Re-enter this room. And climb the ladder. Go to the room with the... What ladder? What? Oh, go back left and then climb the steps? Nightmare on Elm Street, Pet Cemetery, Return of the Living Dead. Amazingly, I haven't seen any of those. Amazingly. And like I said, I've seen a lot of horror movies. Somehow I haven't seen any of those. Oh, come on. At least get to orange. There we go. Scariest movie I ever saw was Requiem for a Dream, not because it was gory, jump beat were spooky. Alright, so up the steps. Go in the room with the insecticide. I don't remember which room that is. It's gotta be to the left, because there's a wall to the right. And if I go in the center, it's a hallway. Yeah, okay, so to the left. And I'm red again. Why? Come on, lady. In you go. Okay, in you go. This one. Oh, right, I gotta go in here. Is he gonna find me in here? The music's still going. Frick. Doesn't help that I have no energy already. Just one sec. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back. My dad got me a frozen Coke finally. Although, he only filled it up like not even halfway. And it's also like melted, so not really much of a frozen Coke. Just kind of like a Coke. So bad example. I'll get one another time and I'll post it in the Discord and show you. I don't know why he filled it so little. Like, look how much cup is left. Why? Seems like he drank half. Why wouldn't he fill it up? What's the point of that? Why would you pay for that if you're not going to fill it up? Oh, good. So I still don't have energy. Oh, I can... You can just climb that? I didn't know you could just climb that. Can I... Oh, wait, am I hiding from him? Does he not see... Wow, I'm cool! Leave! Idiot. Oh, in panic mode? Ah. Leave, just go. Get out of here. No, get this while you... Get it! You're right there! Just grab it, you dumb... What are you, too tired? You need to take a rest? Rest! I'm gonna be done in like 3 sips. Anyway, it's supposed to be a Coke slushy. Look how much is gone already. I don't even have... If you want something done right, you gotta go do it yourself. Yellow? Yellow, thank you. There's no way he didn't drink half. He wouldn't drink it. That's one of the, like, the last things my dad would drink. I'm not trolling you. Why would I why would I make that up? What a weird thing to... my dad wouldn't drink frozen Coke. There, he would have zero interest in it. I'll grab the rope just in case. Just in case. Trying to keep me healthy. No, I think he's just lazy. I think he didn't want to stand. If I'm being 100% honest, I think he didn't want to stand at the machine that long. Genuinely. If I know my father, I guarantee you that's what happened. Get the key where you use the insecticide. Can you lead me to that? What room is that? I need to go downstairs and to the left. And through the hallway. Like all the way to the left, or do I need to go into the west wing? I think I need to go all the way to the left, right? That's what I thought. I'm so upset because I'm gonna be done in 20 seconds. And then it's just like I got teased. I've been wanting a frozen Coke for so long. How am I so tired already? Come on. Rest. Rest. Don't open the phone room. What do I do after I get the key from the insecticide? The silver key or whatever. Gold key. Oh no. I'm so glad I don't have a quotes command. Grab the ham. Just go to the West Wing. Okay. And the West Wing is through this door over here, right? Okay. I'm learning. I'm going to speed run this game. I'm going to be so good at it. Quotes command would be the third most used command. There's like nothing left. I'm so sad. It was like 6 sips, dude. Go upstairs in the West Wing and look for the library. As long as you don't grind heavy, you'll love this game. But the RNG for some of the endings are stupidly insane. What if you're just trying to go for one ending, though? Is this the room? Good endings on these games usually just say congratulations. Insecticide. Open up. Lemon flavored Coke would be fantastic. And the ham. Don't forget the rum ham. Why do I need? I mean, maybe I'll find out. Maybe I was gonna ask a question. I'll let it go for now. I won't say anything. Maybe I'll find out. Well, I was just gonna ask why I need the gold key if I'm not going in the phone room, but I might go in the phone room later. Or maybe the gold key also opens something else. I don't know. We haven't found out yet, so don't answer that question. So I need to go upstairs. And then I need to find the library. Each room to the right after going upstairs. Where are the stairs? Here we go. Jeez. Library, the doll, skeleton, and crow. Can you tell me, now that we're done, can you tell me why the skeleton wasn't there on my last playthrough? Oh, because I encountered them first. That's honestly still very confusing. I don't think I can grab the idol without having... Okay. Read the book. So I go in each room. Go to the box? What do you mean? Well, apparently I'm leaving. Where is he? I thought he would chase me. Come on, I can't interact with that. This is so confusing. He cheated. Why am I so tired all the time? Just frick, dude. Sit down. Taste of disappointment. Oh, re-enter, go back to the right. Oh, there he goes, okay. Find the skeleton. So I am a bit confused on why the skeleton would just disappear, despite meeting Miss Mary. Like I don't know. I don't know what one has to do with the other. I don't know. Would she bust through the wall and take this? I don't know. Very strange. I can't get the frozen bits to come out. This part takes forever. I had some of the answer. Yeah, but like, she didn't go in there and take the skeleton out, right? So, more I'm just questioning why it was missing. I mean, she locked me in a cage. So it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit confusing why why the skeleton would just be gone. At least Ash, you get to see this now. This is what we saw before. Hasn't been used in ages. The air in this room is stagnant. Looks like someone was counting days. Marks are cut into this wall. Looks like a chart of some sort. Mary's and patient's names. The name of the master of the house. Mary Barrows. Looks like a chart. Patients were 2 newborn babies. I think that's all he says. A black medical bag. And names embroidered here. Walter Simpson. Walter Simpson. Father. Spooky. Huh. It's holding a piece of paper. Looks like a memo. That's so funny to me. This is the third day I, Dr. Walter Simpson, have been in here. I'll not last long. Before I die, I'll record this. There are twin children who are a blemish on this world. When the lady was to give birth, I was called to this house. She gave birth to two No, demons. How did he record this? He wrote it down. It says there's a memo, so he just wrote it down. When they were born, they ate my right hand. They were ill, their bodies deformed. They should have died. But they lived. I should have tried to. Breathing is painful. The air in this room is already gone. They are in a cradle under the star, which is what we found. Jennifer! Jennifer! I'm not one for details. You can connect the dots about the lady and the children. The lady is Mary. The children are giant baby that chased me, and I don't know, maybe a second one that we haven't encountered. And I don't know what's going on with Simon. I don't know why he's in a cage outside. That's a bit vexing, but all right. Is it the kid? Is it the kid with the scissors? But he's not under the star in a cradle. Unless it's the dog. So I've done everything I need to do there, right? Yeah, 2 newborn babies. Right, that's what I'm saying. What is the second one? The guy with the scissors? But like I said, he's not in a cradle under the star. It's going to be me. Yeah, it's gonna be me. Alright, so the doll room is here. I am certainly prepared for what's about to happen this time. The rooms are randomized where they're located in the West Wing? Really? Was there music before? I didn't even hear that. Was this music playing the first time? That's so funny. I was freaking out way too much. Holy. All right, so did I do everything I need to here? That's so funny. I got the ceremony key. Let's leave. No, stop playing with the light switches. Crow room and the library. And those are randomized? They're not always the same? Why am I so tired? Stop getting tired. You're so annoying. Rest. Bum, 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 bum. Part of what makes some of the ending speedruns really annoying. Yeah, I had no idea the rooms were randomized. They're just right there on the floor. Yeah, just time to take a little load off, you know. Yeah, the items I realized were randomized. The rooms I did not notice. Oh good, I'm orange again. And I noticed that I couldn't interact with that statue. So that's questionable. Want to take a nap? Ah, this is a hallway. I don't want to be in here. Sleepy girl. Another route? What? Go down? I don't need to be in here. Oh yeah, wait, this was at the bottom floor last time. Huh. The left side rooms are not necessary. So I can keep going further to the right. I don't need to worry about these rooms here. Ceremony room will be in the same place. I don't remember where it was. I just kind of happened to stumble upon that. That's the one that's not interactable. That's the ceremony room. Excuse... hello? What were the... what? Huh? Who are you? Get back down here. What the hell was that? Was I part of the ceiling? It did not just fall. Didn't you see that popping out of the... No, don't tell me to get out. I want to explore this. That's never happened before. I'm gonna play some piano while I'm here. That was spooky. Alright, now... oh my god! You ass! I hate that guy. Just, can you kneel down for... jeez, man. Play Moonlight Sonata. I gotta hide now? If I find the library? There's too many caveats, man. You're telling me to get out and then you're like, I need to be here. Crazy game. Gotta go back to the piano room. Does anybody remember the name of the movie about a horror movie? Sound Machine? I'm gonna give me popular results instead of accurate results. Horror movie Sound Machine. Game is so confusing. Oh man. Bauhauser sound machine? No, I don't know that one. In you go. In you go. Oh, the music stopped. Fantastic. Alright, if I read this, does it change? Oh. It does change. Huh. Go back to the piano room. What's in here, by the way? How was I, how are you supposed to grab that? Out of curiosity. Gosh, you lose energy so quickly, it's really frustrating. Oh, you need a lantern? Where the hell do you get a lantern? Never seen a lantern in this game. Sometimes it's in the room with the fire. Wow, this game is deep. Alright, I'm in the piano room. This is the music from before. And then she was like, "Ah, my ears hurt." And then nothing happened. A staff rests in the spot? Why do I have a staff? What does a staff do? This game is so confusing. Go to the crow room? The crow that I was just in? Why couldn't I have just gone there while I was there? Also, why is that music playing? What does that mean? I have so many questions. This game is so confusing. No, that's not a rhetorical question. Why is that music playing? And also, why couldn't I have just gone to the crow room while I was there? Bruh. You don't know why it plays there? Do I release the animals? Is that... do I need to do that? You do? That's interesting. Alright, where are we going after this? Phone room? Oh gosh, I gotta go all the way back. Okay. What is releasing the animal? Well, don't answer that, because maybe I'll find out. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of significance to this. How the hell do I get back to the phone? I'm so tired. Oh. If I run while I'm in the red, do I just, like, die? Will I pass out? I won't? Okay. Is the phone room this way? Do I go? Nope. that's not it. Next hallway that looks like that. Further to the left. Is it that door? Yeah, there we go. She's so sleepy. Ring. No, no, no! Why would you do that? To the phone room. 50% chance of encountering Mary. Okay. This game is wild. I'm gonna need to look into this more. Oh good, it's locked. Which is good because I need to go there and I have the key. So that's interesting. Go up. Is it under the cup? Under the glass? Wine glass or whatever it is. Yeah, I grabbed it. Yeah, they changed. So this... Oh, the phone room's up here. Oh, okay, well there you go. Let me leave. Let me... Oh, wait, Wait, was she gonna, like, chloroform me? She was holding a rag. What do I do? Do I run? Run! Get in? Get in where? Where do I go? Oh, she's gone? I can just go back? Yeah, I think she was gonna chloroform me. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Get the key. Goodness me. So the last time she, like, slipped me a drink, this time she just, like, come here, and she had a rag in her hand. I should have let that play out. Oh, now I need the info about her father. But, I mean, either way, like, she didn't like me. Alright, now I got the silver key. What do we do with the silver key? That probably opens the room downstairs. And what's in there? I don't remember. This game is so wild. Where there is a silver key, there is a silver door. If it were that simple, right? You didn't know that these swapped rooms? God, you don't know anything about this game, Sean. It's pretty embarrassing. Sag business. Stop. All right, now we go in here. Ladies and gentlemen, embarrassing. Now we use the silver key. I don't even remember what room this is. Oh. What? What do I do in here? Check the bookshelves. Check the, hello? Check this. Check everything. I will. I will do that. I will do just that. Question, question, question. There's chemical symbols. Hard to understand. Mural covers the entire wall. Part of it's hidden behind the shelf. Yeah, I know. I tried to move the shelf the last time. And it didn't... I wasn't able to. This time I'm able to. Check that out. Okay, so what does that offer me? A lot of nothing. She doesn't seem to want to react to that. Wait, what did she say? It depicts a ceremony, that room somewhere in this house. Yeah. I know. Huh. Oh, this is where we found out about the, where it's like, the, yeah. Time will, yeah, right, cause adherence, right. That's where I was wondering. I was like, where did we see that before? The clock tower's clock stopped. Various chemicals are on the desk. She doesn't like the chair. She doesn't say anything about that. She likes to blink at it. So do I have everything I need from here? Now to the ceremony room. Good, because, you know, that's close by. It won't take forever. Do I have the robe and the perfume before we progress any further? Perfume, robe. I have a rope. I have ham for something. Just in case, I suppose. I got caught by Mary. We have the staff and the key. I don't know what the staff does. I suppose that the staff is going to take the place of the idol, because you said it's not the idol route. Did you find Bowie or the babe with the power? What, from Labyrinth? I have a David Bowie tattoo. Alrighty then. Alright, where was the ceremony room? She looks like the lady from the Labyrinth. Is this the ceremony? No, the ceremony room was after, like, a set of stairs. Laugh! It's downstairs. I am downstairs. It's gonna be right here. I didn't pass it, isn't it right here? It's right after the stairs. Oh no, it's not. I lied. It's right before the stairs. That's what I meant to say. I really thought it was right after the stairs. I don't know why I remembered it being there. My bad. Sorry, showing. This one? It's not this one. No, because it was an actual door. It was between two candles. Yeah, that's right. That's what I remember. It's this one. Definitely this one. First try. My neck itches. Pog. There's two routes for this game. Oh wait, looks like the one in the mural. So if I can check this thing. Two routes for this game, and the staff one is avoided by speedrunners because of all the running you need to do. Oh, interesting. This is an iron disc. Cross has been Wait. A square hole is visible. Cradle under the star. Something underneath here. Do I need to place the staff there? No. Do I need to... Eh? What? And will cause it here. That's what they tell me. We bashed the, Oh, we put the... Because we found the staff in a vase. We put the staff into a vase, right? Yeah! What a gamer. I'm so smart. I also have to go to the bathroom real bad. Hang on one sec, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry. Dookie break? I don't think so. Alright. Now what do I do? The hole goes pretty far down. I can descend with this ladder here. Alright, I'm Oh! Spooky. I don't think that's meant to happen. Oh, excellent. It happens sometimes. That's spooky. Let's take a little bit of a rest. Will it change? Oh, relax, 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 relax. Shh. Just sit down for a sec. Jeez. My goodness. Yeah, I know what to do with the dog. I don't know what happens. Like, if I'm doomed to not complete this on the good ending, I'm gonna be really cross. Go right all the way after the dog to where I found, like, the little, like, seance area with all the candles that I couldn't progress. I would like to regain my strength. I can't, maybe I have infinite strength. Because my pictures. Hello? I think I'm infinitely powerful. I think I can just destroy everybody. I can beat the dog. Don't hit dogs. The guys, don't do that. Alright, I'm going to move on. I can't tell what's happening. I think we're just we've hulked out, you know? We've hit our peak. Something's there. Ay caramba. Oh, I fixed myself. I'm blue. Smells like the perfume Mary uses. Alright, let's move on. Later, dog. I like how she just takes off the rope. Okay. Oh, it's Lottie. Lottie, you're still alive? Jennifer. The switch is in the clock tower. Go on. Say more. Say more, Lottie. You've been sacrificed. Don't leave me alone. Hit her with the staff. Lottie was killed. In the previous playthrough, yes. Spray some perfume on her. Give her the ham. That'll wake her up. The switch is in the clock tower. Right. The clock tower has stopped. Time causes adherence or whatever the heck it said. I don't remember. Now we face the big baby. Okay. We knock over like the kerosene and all. Keep going right? Oh, is this the elevator? Turn around. Back it up. Alright, relax. Calm down. I don't want to waste all my energy. See the mural room silver key in the last playthrough. I'm positive we got the silver key, but I don't think that we went to the mural room in that playthrough, but I did go through it in my first playthrough. So I probably got the key and then just didn't enter the room that it was supposed to go to. That locked us out of a good ending. That's a bummer. So how does the mural room come into play if you're doing the well, no. What did I get from the mural room? Oh, it's the book, right? And seeing the mural. You just get the proper information. Not sure if the good ending could be achieved if Lottie is killed early. Okay, I gotcha. Run! Run from Giant Babby! Goo goo gaga! Run! Get up! And run! Stop falling down, you maniac. Across the water you go. Run! There's a giant baby behind you. I don't know if I'm supposed to just constantly mash here, but that's what I'm doing. Are you stopping? Climb! Climb! Oh. I think we made it. Dedge. Oh, just when she's climbing. The reaction. Not how I would react. Alright. Baby destroyed. These things don't have any significance? Why are they there? They just burst into flames? Well, I did pour kerosene on it, but I don't know that that has cause for just spontaneously combusting. What was cut for space limitations? Thanks for the big stretch of water break. I didn't die. 3. So what happens if I go to 1 or 2? Oh. I already forgot I mentioned those. I see. They were cut due to limitations. Interesting. Are they like available in the deluxe version? So 3 is clearly going to take me to the clock tower. I don't like that laugh sound I just heard. Something about the switches in the clock tower. Oh, it's this little idiot again? Can you even climb a ladder? 2 gives you another ending. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know. Oh, she's doing it all by herself. I'm not even doing anything. She's just going. Let's go. What is he? He doesn't... Is he okay? He's just... First of all, what is that, made of balsa wood? It just exploded. Is that a hole or a is that my friend? Is that Laura? It is! How do I remember Laura's name? I've heard her name once. You killed my sons! Yeah, well, I'm gonna kill you next. Oh, Burge. Oh, you got Burged, lady. How do you know I killed your son? I mean, yeah, that one you saw, but like the big baby, like you weren't around for that. Pay attention? I am paying attention. Is this because I freed the crow? I have so many questions about this game. I feel like there's so many different things that can happen or not happen. What happens if I don't free the crows and the rats or whatever? Like, bong, bong. I saved Laura. Whatever happened to my other friend? Lottie, we know, is like dead. But what about my other friend? Is she all right? Oh, Anne, yeah, that's right. She was like instantly. I forgot about that. Oh. We made it. Now what? Climb down the ladder? And win? Credits? Roll credits! We just stand there until the storm clears up and daylight comes. Roll credits. We did it. GG. Thanks, Sean. If you want to see what happens if you don't free the crows or choose number 2 elevator room. Wait, what? Now you have a free mansion. You did it, GG, thanks. Well, that was interesting. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool game. The fact that you can do so many different endings and different different routes and things like that. I don't know, it's pretty interesting. Thanks for the GGs. Check ending list when the credits are done. But when I check the ending list, it only has my completed endings. I recommend redecorating and remodeling, and probably taking out the corpses and closing up the cave entrance. Check it anyway. Because is this like the best ending? Does it unlock the other endings? I can donate the corpses to science. It might get me in trouble. They might ask some questions. They may or may not ask me questions. You know what I mean? found those corpses. Speedrun is fun as long as you don't go for very high times. Getting the RNG to align as best possible time save is just too much. They never suspect a donor. So, the story I'm gathering, I'm very confused about the situation with Simon, whatever his last name was, whatever their last names are. I'm confused as to why he's like locked in a cage. If he's like her husband, I don't know. I'm confused by a lot of this still. One of the endings is a 1 in 160 chance to get the perfect RNG. That sounds like an easy grind. Just play the game 160 times, easy win. Now what? I can't do anything. It doesn't allow me. I can't watch the other endings. Oh well. Well, that was fun. That was neat. That was interesting. That was cool. Yay. GG's. I did it. And I needed no help at all. Shh. I needed no help at all. I almost didn't need any help. I got actually really, really close to getting the best ending by myself. But thanks, Drawing, for helping me actually get the best ending. It was a very interesting game. I might just take some time offline and just play to try to find other endings. I don't know. Could be interesting. But yeah, thanks. Thanks, Drawing, for helping with that best ending. Thanks, guys, for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I don't know what I'm going to be playing next Casual Friday, but something spooky Halloween related. And you know, tune in then and we'll try something else out. You know what I mean? Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Everybody take care of yourselves. I'll see you next week. More speedrunning, more Triforce Tuesday, more spooky themed Casual Friday, probably, hopefully. And thank you all for watching. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it. Everybody take care and have a nice weekend. Bye!